Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, October 8th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It's great to be here on a super, absolutely duper stacked Wednesday. I mean, this is truly when I like to say something for everyone on this episode. Something for everyone on this episode. Perhaps never more have we ever had something like this before.
Clever.
A true something for everyone. What am I talking about when I say that? And I'm in a pretty good mood despite yesterday's debacle at Yankee Stadium. On air, Jordan was there. We were up 6-1. We were feeling good. Vladdy was literally flying in the air. He literally flew in the air. He was Superman out there. And then bad things happen. And I think bad things may happen tonight. But then I know magical things are happening on Friday. So all is good. All is good. No worry, no panic, no anxiety whatsoever. Because we have a tremendous show for all of you. In about 14 minutes time, we're going to be joined by perhaps the number one contender in the UFC's light heavyweight division. His name is Carlos Ulberg. He is GC's new favorite fighter. Black Jag, ladies' night. He was in attendance on Saturday. He witnessed in person, front row, essentially cage side, what Alex Pereira did to Magomed Ankalaev. He was standing there. Yuri Prochaska was standing there. They're both jockeying for position, but in the end, they may actually be fighting each other. And there's been some talk of them being offered to fight each other in Perth. It didn't happen. It may happen in 2026. He's waking up very early to talk to us, and we appreciate him very much. 1:45, big news. Start spreading the news. Big news is going to be here. In his first interview, since what happened in Dubai, the debacle in Dubai, that is what we're calling it. The Dubai screw job. Talking about Paul Hughes, who lost to Usman Nurmagomedov in the inaugural PFL lightweight title fight. I scored it 48-47 for him. Totally okay if you want to say it was 48-47 for Usman. I am not okay with a 50-45 for Usman Nurmagomedov, or even a 49-46. Obviously 49-46 closer to 48-47, 50-45, insane. Brian Minor. I called him Derek Minner. I called him Brian Minor. Brian Minner. Pretty sure it's Brian Minor. Still no word from him. Anyway, we'll talk to Paul in his first interview since Friday. Looking forward to that. Hangman, Dan Hooker going to join us at 2:15. We had Arman on the show yesterday. Tremendous stuff with Arman Tsarukyan. Sometimes I call him Armin, but it's really Arman Tsarukyan, if you want to get technical. And they'll be headlining the debut show in Qatar, not Qatar, Qatar, November 22nd. What a time it's going to be. What a fight that's going to be. What a feud they have. I'm looking forward to this chat very much. Dan hasn't fought in a while. Was supposed to fight back in March. Got injured again, but he appears to be good to go. What about 245? They said we're toast, Frankie, but we're still the bread. One of the biggest stars in Hollywood. No, not Dwayne Johnson. Channing Tatum, star of the upcoming film Roofman, which is coming out on Friday. Rave reviews, box office hit. This man has been all throughout Hollywood, has done it all, has seen it all. Of course, we all remember Foxcatcher. We all remember Fighting, starring Kung Lee as well. We all remember the Magic Mike series. I mean, he really is an A-lister. Would you say that Channing Tatum is an A-lister, Frankie?
Absolutely.
A-plus lister, some might say.
A++. No
I'm getting
question.
texts from people being like, yeah, no, really. Channing Tatum, really? You could pull Channing Tatum? I was like, yo, we had Benny Safdie on last week. What are you talking about? We're cinephiles. We're a movie pod these days. Channing Tatum will join us. Then, how do you top Channing Tatum? In the looks department, you followed up with Eddie Hearn, who's a pretty nice looking bloke himself, if we're being honest.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's right. He'll join us in studio at 3:05. And if that's not enough for you, one of the most interesting, dynamic, prolific, fascinating, complex, sophisticated pro wrestlers of all time. Scott Levy, once known as Johnny the Body, once known as Johnny Polo, but forever known as Raven. Quote the Raven, nevermore. What about Raven? Raven's going to join us today on the program to talk about his new film, Nevermore, The Raven Effect, which is coming out in just a matter of days. It's a documentary about his life, and I watched it last night, and it's amazing. It really is amazing. Highly, highly recommend. So when I say something for everything, when I say something for everyone, am I telling the truth? I think I am. Let's count it. A+, Lister, Hollywood star, arguably the best promoter in combat sports, potential #1 contender in the UFC, pro wrestling icon legend, potential #1 contender in the UFC, PFL superstar. I mean, you talk about something for everyone. And I'm happy that we have this show because today, it's been a bit of a dark morning. I don't mean actually outside. It's kind of dark outside, but I just mean like it's been a depressing morning. I got news last night, a few texts, wasn't sure what to make of it, and now it's starting to come out. And then I saw a post from Chuck Zito, who was once the bodyguard of the legendary Arturo Gatti. I've talked to you about Arturo Gatti in the past, about him being one of my favorite fighters of all time, regardless of sport, because he's from Montreal. I went to see him once live at the Bell Center in 2000 against Joe Hutchinson. Later became, a huge star around the world. Gotti Ward, Atlantic City, all that stuff. Tragically, about 16 years ago, was found dead. Still a lot of mysteries surrounding his death. But over the last few years, you may have seen on social media, there was Arturo Gatti Jr. And looking just like his dad, hitting mitts, hitting the heavy bag, just like his dad. Started to get some reports, some texts about a tragedy involving Arturo Gatti Jr. And then just before the show started, I saw this post from Chuck Zito, who wrote, "It's with a heavy heart that I have to say, rest in peace to the 17-year-old Arturo Gatti Jr., who was found hanging in an apartment in Mexico yesterday, the same way they found his father dead in an apartment in Brazil 16 years ago." There's Senior with Junior. There's Junior with Mike Tyson. Other outlets are starting to report it as well. This kid was unbelievable. My condolences to Arturo Gatti Sr.'s mom, sisters, brothers, and his daughter, Sophia. This is beyond tragic. I mean, this is heartbreaking. Truly heartbreaking. It's just awful, awful, awful. The circumstances, the age, the promising future, the way in which it happened, just mind-blowing, really. Shocking. And so my condolences to his family, a legendary family. Hard to process considering what happened to his dad. And like I said, now some other outlets are starting to report it. Everyone's talking about it in Montreal. This is an awful, awful thing. So my condolences to the Gatti family. I don't know how you process something like this. It was really getting to be very exciting to see him carry the torch from his late father, who was one of the most exciting fighters of all time. All action, all the time, never in a boring fight. Gave us 3 legendary ones against Ward and others. Horrible stuff. Then I see this other crazy story that former UFC fighter Usman Nurmagomedov was gunned down in Sydney. Now, you may recall last year, or maybe it was earlier this year, several months ago,
it was last year.
It was last year. It was 2024. There was footage of him seemingly being shot at in the parking lot of a gym, I believe. So it seemed very strange. And then we get word here from multiple outlets, including the Daily Mail, saying that a man gunned down in broad daylight on a suburban Sydney street has been revealed to be prominent former UFC fighter. Emergency crews were on the scene at Anulike Street, Analuk, probably Analuk Street, in Riverstone in the city's northwest. About 6 p.m. on Wednesday, following reports of a shooting, officers located a man suffering gunshot wounds at the scene where he died despite being treated by NSW ambulance paramedics. He has since been identified as Usman Nurmagomedov, reported by the Daily Telegraph. Nurmagomedov founded the Australian top team UFC gym and survived previous attempt on his life when a shooter who was disguised as a food delivery driver repeatedly shot at him outside his gym in February last year. He was not so fortunate on Wednesday night, with police saying they believe he was the victim of a targeted attack. We believe he may have been out for a walk, but we were yet to confirm, Riverstone Police Area Commander Jason Joyce told reporters on Wednesday night. About 50 minutes after Nurmagomedov was found, emergency services were called to nearby Riverstone Road where a car had been set ablaze. Awful. What the heck? I mean, obviously there's something going on here.
Yeah, one more little bit of context.
Yes?
There was an event in, I believe it was April, that was canceled because they were concerned that he was going to have a hit put out on him.
Jesus.
So clearly, a lot of things to track here in terms of the gang activity and things like that. But yeah, there was an event canceled because they were concerned for the safety of everybody that there might be a hit on his life. So, yeah.
Jeez Louise. Born in Sydney, fighting out of Sydney. His last UFC fight was in 2019. He lost to Sungwoo Choi. Prior to that, lost to Sadiq Youssef. Was on The Ultimate Fighter Season 27 in February of 2018. Had not fought since that fight in 2019 in the UFC. Entered the UFC a perfect 7-0. Awful. So, two really crazy pieces of news, tragic pieces of news, shocking pieces of news to start the morning. We did get some positive news regarding Sean Strickland yesterday. He's all grown up. He's getting married. Actually, no, he got married. Out of nowhere. There he is. Sean Strickland. In what appears to be a very Sean Strickland-like wedding photograph. Well, time to grow up, I guess. And there's Drickus Duplessis writing, "Happy for you, brother. Congratulations to you and your wife." Congrats to the happy couple. Mazel tov to the happy couple. Now, I didn't get a save the date for this one either. I could have gone to Aljo and then Strickland's wedding, back to back. Congratulations. I did want to bring up one thing before we get to our first guest of the day, Carlos Ulberg. I saw a lot of people commenting on our Conor McGregor take from yesterday. And of course, when Twitter accounts clip things off, they don't show the entire context. My only argument was I wish the fighters had a say. Obviously, I'm all for a clean sport, a fair sport. I'm all for random drug testing. You have to have random drug testing in order to catch people. If people know when they're going to be drug tested, the whole thing's a sham. The only thing I'm bringing up is if they're going to have to tell the organization where they are 24/7, they should at least have a say in that. Meaning that needs to be negotiated. If they're okay with it, I'm okay with it. I'm not the one being drug tested. And by the way, worth noting, UFC employees don't have to tell their bosses where they are 24/7. I understand they're not punching each other in the face, but it is a little funny. The employees don't have to, but the independent contractors do. I'm bringing that up. So yes, I know about WADA. I know about USADA. I know what needs to be done to catch people. Unannounced drug testing. We've been talking about this for a very, very long time. I'm just trying to explain that while they tell you that, hey, they're independent contractors, they could do what they want, there are still some restrictions there, and you would just love to be living in a world where the fighters have a say. I also, the more I think about it, think this was very performative. Someone wrote this to me, and I couldn't agree more with him about it. If you would have kept it to a 12-month period, the suspension would have been over by now. It would have expired because it was September to September. The fact that you did it 18 months and not 24 months means that we're still in the suspension. So he's still, technically suspended right now, but he's good to go for June. If they would have done 24 months, he wouldn't have been good to go for the White House. So this is the best of both worlds. Hey, we're catching people. By the way, let me know how many other people they catch. When's the last prominent fighter? There was a period there at the beginning of the USADA deal. Everyone was getting caught. You may recall. When's the last prominent, fighter to be affected by this? And I've seen people bring up the timeline and, this coming out when he pulled out of the Chandler fight. It's impossible to know if they are related, but I do think we have sort of figured out why it's 18 and not 12 and not 24. If it would have been 12, it would have been like, hey, he was suspended and none of you knew. And then if it would have been 24, he couldn't fight on the White House card. Performative is the word of the week. And I feel like that's what's at play here. But yes, I'm all for random drug testing, unannounced drug testing. Of course. I just really think that when it comes to revenue sharing, when it comes to these things, if the sport truly wants to be viewed as one of the big dogs, as a mainstream sport, akin to the likes of the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, those sports, the stick and ball sports, which, by the way, the revenue that they are generating is akin. The TV rights deal that they have signed is akin. It's top 5 now here in the United States. You'd like for them to have the same type of benefits, for lack of a better word. The same type of voice. The same seat at the table. That's all I'm saying. That's my point. All right. Now that that's out of the way. It is weird. People they clip it up and they're like, everyone's trying to dunk on you. And you're like, well, there was more to the statement. But I get it. I guess we do that too, right? This is social media. I was on Bill Simmons' show yesterday and I said something about Mikal Bridges. And all my friends are texting me like, really? How could you say that about Mikal Bridges? Well, I also said a bunch of other things too, but I guess this is the way it goes. I'm very excited about today's show. We have a lot to talk about with all these people. Paul Hughes' interview is going to be great. What is this, Ariel? You like using the IC analogy? What's IC? This is from Danny Alfaro. It just popped up when I looked at the stream. It's a super chat. Well, Jones has the option to deny Aspinall the job. Why don't you mention that? If the IC denies to fix your broken fridge, independent contractor, you can judge him for that? Same. Wait a second. Ariel, you like using the independent contractor analogy. Well, Jones has the option to deny Aspinall the job. Why don't you mention that? If the IC denies to fix your broken fridge, you can judge him for that. Really? Yo, this has to be the dumbest.
They're not so easy to read, are they?
No, we just have to give him his $9.99 back. I'm sorry. Give him his $9.99 back. No, Danny, please take it back. Is there a way to take it back? Please, Danny, take it back.
Next one's on us, Danny.
Of course he could deny it. And as I said yesterday and the day before, the issue isn't, now he wants to fight Pereira, not Aspinall. It was because he was champion. And when you're a champion, there's a time-honored tradition that you have to adhere by. You have to defend it against the top guy. And if you don't defend the belt against the top guy, you can't be champion. And guess what? He's not champion anymore. So now he can do whatever the hell he wants. There are no restrictions. There are no obligations. So it's a little different. You're missing the part that he was the champion. And he was choosing to not fight the top guy. The IC champion. The interim champion. Anyway, great take. Thank you. Okay, let us go to our first guest of the day. He was there in attendance on Saturday. T-Mobile Arena. He witnessed Alex Pereira's win over Magomed Ankalaev 2 weeks prior. He was in Perth doing the job against Dominic Reyes. He is arguably the hottest fighter in the light heavyweight division. And I'm not talking about his looks. So get your mind out of the gutter. He's Carlos Ulberg. Black Jag is here to join us. How are you? Carlos, how's it going?
Good, man. All good. Yeah, good. Settled in. Got in early yesterday morning.
Are you
back from a big trip?
Yeah, I was wondering actually, is your body clock all over the map because you were Auckland, Perth, Las Vegas. Now I think you're back home. You must be all over the gaff, as they say.
Yeah, I am actually. It's still. I'm still trying to find my bearings, but I think a couple days of sleeping hibernation will get it.
Yes. Well, it's important for people to know it is 6:15 or 6:20 in the morning wherever you are right now. So I do really appreciate you joining us so early in the morning. How was Las Vegas?
It was nice, man. I love a good trip to Las Vegas. Went to the slap as well. That was like a spectacle on its own. And I think it's one of those events where you have to be there to experience something like that. Because watching it, just from the TV, it's. I mean, yeah, I took different notes from it, but this was like being there live was different. So yeah, it was nice.
Did you enjoy the slap?
Being there, yeah. I mean, because just the um, I guess just the vibe there was quite, and it being a spectacle, it having just quite a different feel to it. So I did actually met a lot of people. I met a lot of people there. I think everyone that was going to the fights the night after was actually there as well. So it was pretty cool.
I think it was really smart. It was really good of you to go for multiple reasons. I'm wondering, was that your idea, or did the UFC say, "Hey, we want you to come out after the win"?
It was definitely my idea. It was an idea that I had throughout my fight camp, and the reason why we took the fight as well. So so I think all things considered, there was a lot to think about before taking the fight with Reyes, which was a big risk as well.
Okay, so if we can move in chronological order, obviously you had the big win a week prior. Can we clear up one thing regarding Yuri? Yuri says that he was offered to fight you in Perth, and he's claiming you turned it down. And I think your team has a different side of the story because I did hear from Ash about this, but I wanted to ask you your side. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as as Yuri had put it, where I was trying to avoid him or denied the fight. It was I pushed it because I had an injury, and I didn't expect UFC to tell him that, which was all good. Um, I had an injury, and I asked if we could push it back to November because that'll give me enough time to rehab my injury and get back and be able to go back to the drawing board, start from the ground up again. Uh, Considering it was a dangerous fight against someone where I didn't really need to, I'm trying to look to go forward in the end, especially coming off an 8 fight win streak at the time. You want to be going forward, so it was we had to do a lot of thinking before we took that fight. And yeah, we wanted to push that fight with Yuri to November. He didn't want to. He didn't take that, so he wanted to fight earlier so that he could be in line for this title fight between Anka Live and Pereira. Um, yeah, so we as a team had to think about it, and it being such a big fight on this side of the world, and the fact that it was such a big risk fighting Reyes on a 3 fight KO win streak, um, and yeah, I thought that this would definitely be a key moment for us. We had to rise to the occasion. I had honestly about 4 weeks of proper training in the lead up to this fight, and which was crazy for me because I really felt like I was just not in it, but not for the sake that I was not wanting to train or anything. It was just that I couldn't train. So yeah, just like anything, man. I mean, we took it on and sucked it up and got the job done.
In a big way, first round knockout. Were you doubting yourself on fight week or on fight night because you didn't have enough time to train?
Nah, man. Nah, I think when it comes to fight week, that's when I really lock in. And I think before I seen, like, when did the conference with Reyes in Perth, I wasn't lying when I said, I'm not going to be training just yet. It was really me kind of pulling a joke, but being serious at the same time. It wasn't me trying to be cocky or or saying that I didn't need to train for him. He's definitely a dangerous fighter with that KO power. It was really me kind of just saying, hey man, I'm not able to train, but I'll get the job done for real. I had confidence. I always have confidence whenever I step in the octagon. And whether I have a week training or what, I know I'm going to get it done.
Certainly comes across that way. One of the storylines that week were the ticket sales. And I've heard from fans there who explained to me that it was a big sporting weekend and there were a lot of other things going on, because I think originally some people were trying to pin it on either the UFC or you. What was your take on all of that? Was that annoying that people were talking about that? Did you feel like it was any sort of slight directed towards you?
Nah, man. I honestly, I had my my vision, my focus was all quite intact, and usually fight week I'm locked in, so I don't pay too much attention to that. And even though it wouldn't be on me anyway, uh, and yeah, they did have quite a few sporting events and big ones on that same weekends in Perth as well. But not only that, I mean, when I got there, the arena was packed, and it was massive, a big spectacle as well. So I don't know where those allegations came from.
Okay. Well, you certainly delivered. And then afterwards you said something to the effect of like, let's get on the private jet and let's go to Vegas. Just curious, did they get you the private jet?
They didn't give you the flight.
Come on. You deserve the private jet, Carlos. What the hell? Cheapskates. Now, it's a long flight. That's expensive from Perth.
That's an expensive flight. I
Yeah.
didn't expect it. I was just,
Listen, you shot your shot.
shot it. Yeah, you don't ask, you don't get. So you got to put it out there every now and then.
So it was really interesting seeing you in the front row and then seeing Yuri in the front row right after his fight. First, can I ask, what did you think of Yuri's fight, his performance, and were you thinking after those first 2 rounds that he was going to be able to turn this around?
Yeah, I mean, great fight from Yuri. Very, very Yuri-like, right?
Yeah.
And it's definitely expected. I definitely saw 2 rounds up for Khalil, and the way that Yuri had come back was just exactly how you'd expect someone like Yuri to do. And yeah, I thought it was big. I had my pure sights on the main event.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, also very, very impressed with what Yuri had done.
Considering how dramatic it was, and before the main event, was there any part of you thinking like, oh man, he's going to steal my shine here because this was so crazy?
Nah, man. Nah, nah, nah. I know that like it's just a matter of time where it's gonna happen, and I think it's that time now for me to get in there and take what's there, what's left on the table. And yeah, I mean, he walked in and after his fight, and as he should, and after a great win. If he hadn't, then you look at him like, what are you doing here? But he walked in after his such a good win, and he was, which was quite weird enough as he is, but that's all good. Is he stood right in front, pretty much blocking a lot of us, and as the main event were walking out, he was just there, kind of standing in front of instead of standing in front of them as they were walking out, which I thought was, let the boys do their thing and kind of sit back and let them focus on what they need to. But he wanted to just stand right there in front of them as they were walking out to prepare for battle. So, but that's his go, that's his take. So it's all good. And yeah, I feel that if Ankalaev had got the win or got away with that win, then he would have had that chance in there to probably step in the octagon, or he would have had that chance to go up against Ankalaev.
In that moment, there's also a famous photo, now famous a few days later, of him like staring down on Ankalaev as he's getting the values. This one right here from the broadcast. Are you annoyed in that moment? Like, did you feel like he was trying to overshadow you being there because you came from so far as the guy who just won? It was all kind of set up that way.
A little bit, but nah. I mean, like, I was doing my thing, man, just doing my thing, enjoying the show, what it was, and actually just soaking it all in on my own from the shadows, and he's up at the forefront trying to press his moment, but I just do my thing and focus on me.
So the fight happens. It's rather quick. 80 seconds, he closes the distance, he lands an overhand right, and then it's the ground and pound, the elbows, the shots to the body. Were you surprised? Were you surprised that it ended that fast? Were you surprised Alex ultimately won?
Yeah, surprised for sure. Definitely surprised. And but surprised but not, right? He is the kind of guy, you could feel it too. As he was walking in, I was kind of just seeing where, like, how's he going? Where's his mind at? And he seemed to be on track and locked in. As for the other fight, you could see some ticks that weren't happening. So yeah, I felt like, damn, this could be it. This could be the moment for Alex, and he pulled it off, man, and that was massive for the UFC, for Pereira. He's done such a great job with that, especially coming off a loss against Ankalaev, quite a dominant win. So for him to do that was amazing.
The juxtaposition of your reaction compared to Yuri's reaction, very interesting. Yuri was in the front row, very emotional, and you know, as you can see right over here, I'm sure you've seen this by now. It looked like he was actually even tearing up. He explained to us why on Monday. And your reaction is just kind of like, golf clap, like, yeah, good job. Not going to get too excited here. Well done. Yep. All right. I'm next. Like, that seemed like the vibe, like I got next. Am I reading this correctly?
You are. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he had to give that reaction. And I feel that as I was saying earlier, that if Ankalaev had got that win, he probably would have had more of a chance to fight again for the title. Now that Pereira's got the win, it may slight his chances. So I was, just sitting back and as expected, something amazing could happen, but this could be my opportunity to jump in, but not get too excited about things too. So yeah, amazing, just an amazing job. I think that Pereira, whether he moves up to heavyweight or sticks around at light heavyweight, he's earned his spot to where he is doing such amazing things in the company, in the UFC, and just putting on great shows.
Did you know that heavyweight was an option? Did you get a heads up that he might be considering this, or that he might talk about moving up? Did you have any idea, or was it news like it was for all of us?
You know what? Yeah, I mean, like you look at someone like Pereira, who has big aspirations, and so do I. And if this is definitely the opportunity for him to move up to heavyweight and to have 3 bouts in each division, or well, a bout in each division. So yeah, this would definitely be the time for him to do that, especially him getting older, and probably looking at wanting to move on from the fight game, from what I can read, but wanting to get that heavyweight shot first, or that title first. So I felt it. I felt that, he gets a win here, he would want to move up for sure. And just by watching what he's been doing and what he's been saying in the media, those little gems that he's been putting out definitely reads that.
Would you be disappointed if you don't get a shot against him? If you get the title shot, but it's a vacant title shot, not against him, I'm sure you're obviously happy to fight for the belt. But would there be a part of you that's disappointed it's not against Alex?
Not disappointed. Not disappointed. I know it'll be an amazing fight. It's definitely been a dream fight that I've been wanting to take. Against someone who's such a dominant champion. Definitely to fight someone like Beheda, but it's not the names that I'm after. I'm trying to get that gold. So whoever it be, I think if they vacate that title, then I'd be willing to step up and I know that I'm up for that title shot, that vacant title. So whatever they do, I trust that the UFC know what they're up to. So yeah.
What do you think happens here? What is your gut telling you? What are you feeling at the moment? Because there's two options, right? There's Alex stays, and then he's either fighting you or he's fighting Yuri. You obviously have never fought him. Alex has beaten Yuri twice.
Yeah, I don't feel like he fights Yuri a third time.
Okay, fair enough.
I think there's what you need, yeah. And
then there's, of course, he moves up and it's a vacant title, and then it's obvious it's you versus Yuri, right? So what do you think happens?
I think that's the go. I think that's the go, as they could put me up against Yuri for the vacant title, or I fight Pereira for that title. So either way, I think there's the two options that we have there.
Which are you leaning towards in terms of what? Obviously, it sounds like your top choice would be the Pereira fight. Of course, he's the champ. But what do you think actually happens? What are you feeling at the moment?
Honestly, I do not know. I don't even think the guys that on that side even know it as well. So I can't give you the answer. But who knows? No one said anything to us. But I feel like whatever happens, it's in its right path for me to take it.
You think there's no chance if Alex stays, they go Alex Yuri?
I don't think there's a chance there. Nah, I don't feel it. Not just given he has two big losses against Beheda. There's not any reason for him to take that third shot, or for Beheda to give him that third shot.
If Carlos Ulberg fights Alex Pereira next, how does that fight play out?
Massive fight, man. Big fight.
Yeah.
It's a big one. But this, like any camp, it just means that you go in there and do your work, man. I just focus on me, and I know that God will give me whatever I desire. And yeah, man. But I'm excited for it, bro. I'm just just taking day by day. I've only kind of just settled in back home, so I'm still kind of catching up to myself, and kind of the weeks that have gone, still finding my bearings after, even when I was in Perth, I hadn't really been sleeping properly, maybe 3-4 hours max, but really trying to find the sleep schedule, and then I flew over to Vegas. Same thing, 2-3 hours sleep. So yeah, man, when I get my 3-4 days worth of sleep, then I think I'll be able to understand what's all happening. I'll sit down and chat to the team. But nevertheless, I think we're just gonna be staying ready and stay fit. Because it's gonna happen, man, pretty soon.
You're knackered, as they say.
I am knackered, bro.
Yes. I could feel it. And I won't keep you much longer. I'm just curious.
You're right.
You versus Alex, I kind of feel like I know the answer to this question, but because of the history with Izzy, is there any sort of personal element to it? They seem to be in a great place, the two of them, but Izzy's a good friend of yours, teammate. I'm just wondering if there's any, if it goes any deeper than just fighting the champion between you and Alex in your mind.
Nah, not at all. It's just just the fact that he is he is a good champion. He's the man. And like I've always said, if you want to be the man, you got to beat the man. And he is that guy at the moment. So especially getting that win over Ankalaev, who beat him after being such a dominant fighter and dominant champion. So you beat someone like that, then you take that ring.
What a great asset, though, to have in your camp if you do, in fact, fight him. Izzy, who knows him so well, who's been in wars with him. So that would be very interesting. Curious just if you have any thoughts. If he does fight John Jones, who would you favor in that fight? That seems to be the guy he's talking about. What a fascinating fight it would be as well. What would you think happens?
Well, it's crazy, man. I mean, like, you can always, like, John Jones is definitely the man. Overall, the greatest, and that's how I've always seen that. But when someone like Pereira jumps in the octagon, I think there's something different that happens. So especially even at his age, 38, John Jones is also 38, I believe. But I think it just comes down to raw power and I know that Pereira would want this. Him getting this third title would in each division would be crazy. So it could be on any side, man. I honestly don't know. I'll sit on the fence for this one, but I'm rooting for the both of them. I really hope that Pereira gets his third title, because that'd just be massive. He's a good dude. He doesn't trash talk or anything, and I see a lot of myself in someone like him. So he's a warrior, and I really hope that he gets that title. But I also hope that I get to fight him too.
It's a very impressive thing to hear you say, because if he does go up and fight for a third belt, that means he's not fighting you anytime soon. So to hear you say that is pretty damn amazing, because obviously for your career, it would be huge to beat him and to fight him. So much respect. When you say that you see yourself in him, is it just the way in which he fights, or is it his upbringing? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, a little bit of everything. The upbringing, a little bit of his persona and his spirit. So yeah, there's a lot there that I feel that I can relate to. So there's a lot of respect there that I kind of just sit back and respect from afar. I'm not going to sit here and give him all the jollies, but
Fair enough.
I just but yeah, there's respect there for sure.
What about meeting Mark Zuckerberg over the weekend?
Yeah.
What was that like? And was that your first time meeting Zuck?
Big Zuck, eh?
Yeah,
man, cool. All good. Had a quick word with him, which was pretty cool, and I'm pretty sure he would have been overwhelmed with a lot of stuff, but yeah, it was nice. The guys had gave me the Meta glasses as well, so I've got those somewhere in the backpack. But yeah, I'll put those on and try them out. I had Jeff, who's now his videographer. He used to work with us on this side on the world as well, but introduced me to Zuck and got to have a quick chat, and then had to shoot off to watch the next fight. So yeah, it was all good.
Okay, yeah. I think Jeff was with Izzy, right? Or was he with City Kickboxing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Zuck plucked him away from the team, huh?
To combat, hey, that's what it's about, right? I mean, yeah, and that's the position now that you're in. He's now moving up and he's now back in the States, working in the States, and able to introduce guys like myself to guys like Zuck.
Yeah.
So now just being in those circles, it's I'm now kind of just in that moment.
Yeah. Perfect world for you. When would you like to return?
I would like to return early next year for sure. I mean, having a nice, because it's coming into summer here in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Summer, so I like training. I like training in the summer. The gym's just humming and hot. So when it's winter, it's harder to get up in the mornings. So I like getting up nice and early, watching the sun rise, and getting my early coffees in, and then get starting my day nice and on a good high. So yeah, man. I think early next year would be great. Maybe Feb, March. I'm looking at, and this would align with the title fight, I'm sure.
You're making me very envious as we enter winter here on this side of the world. We just had our summer, so I can't be too envious. But yes, you are very lucky, and it seems like everything's working out for you. 9 in a row now. You're on fire, and it sounds like it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Your next fight will be for the belt. It sounds like you're in a tremendous position. So congratulations. Well done. Great win 2 weeks ago. And again, thank you so much for getting up early. We really, really do appreciate it.
No stress. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
You're the man. Thank you, Carlos. All the best. Talk to you soon.
Yeah.
There he is, Carlos Ulberg, kind enough to join us on this Wednesday afternoon. You know what occurred to me earlier? Carlos Ulberg formerly was, didn't he do he was sort of in the entertainment industry. We talked about that with him a while ago, right? I think so.
Are you connecting
Yeah.
Magic Mike,
Yes.
Tatum, and Carlos Ulberg? Yes, I see what you're doing there.
We have 2 former male strippers on the show today.
We call them dancers.
Now.
Okay.
Magic Mike was inspired by Carlos
Ulberg.
I was actually going to ask him a question about that.
Why didn't you? Why are you doing this now?
I don't know. You told me. I don't know. It just kind of occurred.
What was that?
It occurred to me.
He's about to put it on us. He's like, you told me?
No. It occurred to me at the very end, and it just felt weird to say oh, by the way, wait, so are we saying Magic Mike was inspired by Carlos or Carlos inspired by Magic Mike?
He was joking.
Magic Mike was based off of the life of Carlos Ulberg.
But
Magic Mike, the story of extreme fighter Carlos Ulberg.
But did you know that Channing Tatum was actually a dancer?
Channing Tatum was actually a dancer.
So was Carlos Ulberg.
Carlos Ulberg I knew about. Come on, man. Ladies Night Blackjack.
Yes.
Fighter.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I knew that. I didn't know Channing Tatum actually was before the movie.
Oh, yeah. The movie is based on his life.
Magic Mike is
based on Channing Tatum's
the
life.
life and times of Channing Tatum.
No, it's based on Carlos Ulberg. We've just heard this now.
Okay.
Is there a documentary? Shout out.
The thing is, you
actually
have to watch
called
it.
It's called Magic Mike.
Right.
The life and times of
I just think it's notable that we have 2 former male strippers on the show.
Dancers.
Exotic dancers. Anyway. We move on. Channing Tatum is going to join us in about an hour's time. Still to come, Eddie Hearn, Raven, Dan Hangman Hooker. But first, very, very excited about our next guest because he hasn't said much since we last saw him in action. We last saw him in action on Friday. We've talked a lot about his fight. We've talked a lot about the aftermath, the scoring, all that and more. You know how we feel about the scoring. You know how we scored the fight. And we you know how we feel about how it was all kind of handled in the aftermath. So let's hear from the man himself, who's been relatively quiet, and I totally understand why. Although I did see him with Schultzy backstage at an event, which is pretty damn cool. We're talking to Big News, Paul Hughes, kind enough to join us on this Wednesday evening. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Doing good, brother. Good to see you.
It's great to see you. How was Schultz, by the way? I saw you back there with him.
Phenomenal. What a guy as well, bro.
The
show was brilliant, but he was just such a kind soul. He was so good to all my mates as well. So we really had a good night.
Love it. You deserve that. Am I right, though? I sometimes can miss things. You've pretty much kept a very low profile since Friday, right?
I have, yeah. I have.
Any reason why?
Yeah, I keep going to write up. Bro, I'm just chilling, to be honest. I'm just trying to zone out. I'm obviously preparing for so long. I've been so busy. All of my friends are in town. My family are all in town in Dubai. All the people that I love are close, and I'm just spending quality time with them. So I haven't really been getting into that headspace too much. Obviously, it took me some days to kind of really process the fight, how it played out, because obviously there was all the controversy and this and that. And initially, obviously, people go mad about scorecards. Initially, I didn't give a fuck, but I was just obviously sad. But now I'm trying to just make sense of everything and gather as much information as I could before I kind of put something out there. And then, as I say, I've just been busy having a nice time, and I was going to do a post tonight, probably. So
okay.
I'm breaking the silence now.
Okay, this is the post. This is better than a post. You being here.
Exactly. Well, I was about to write something earlier, and I was like, "Oh, I'm doing Ariel tonight, so people can get it straight."
So we're 5 days removed. How do you feel about what transpired? What are your thoughts? I know that's a very broad question, but just curious.
Yeah, broad question for sure. I mean, generally speaking, I'm happy. You know, as I said, all the people I love are close to me. Like, my life is amazing. I'm blessed. I'm not sad. I'm not defeated. I don't feel like a loser. I don't feel deflated. I feel frustrated for sure. I feel frustrated when I think of the fight. And initially, and people are going to think this is crazy, but initially I actually felt embarrassed by my performance because I really just don't feel like I performed anywhere close to what I know that I can do or what I needed to do to beat him. And that was where my frustrations lay. I think people, when they see me, you know, the fight ended, they see me kind of going like, fuck. I was frustrated that I didn't do what I needed to do, you know?
So frustrated is a little different than embarrassed.
Yeah.
Why embarrassed?
Because I just didn't perform. I felt like I was sloppy in there. I just felt like my hands and feet were just not working together. The way they should, the way they needed to. I obviously I know why that happened, but I still I felt like I was still going to win. You know, I still felt like I had what it takes to do something special, but I just couldn't put it all together the way I needed to beat him. You know, to beat one of the best guys out there, you have to be operating at 110%, and I didn't operate at 110%, and I didn't win.
If you can compare the two performances, which one are you prouder of? Which one did you like yourself in more? The first fight against him or the second fight?
Honestly, equally the same, because I gave everything that I possibly could each time. And I think with me, I always do. I give everything, like mentally, like what I can, physically sometimes. Like, you know, yeah, look, I tried everything I possibly could for both fights, and I'm proud of that, you know.
Do you remember what you were thinking in between rounds? All right, I'm up 2-1, I'm down, I'm up. Like, what are you thinking in the midst of the fight going into the fifth? I had a 2-2 going into the fifth. I gave you the fifth. And then afterwards, do you remember at all what you were thinking as far as the scoring was concerned?
Yeah, so let me think. Round one, I knew obviously it was him because he got my back and landed some good damage from that position. So I knew that. Round two, I knew was definitely for me. I knew that I was bringing myself back into it. 3, 4, I can't really recall. In fact, I can recall coming out for round 5 because Usman had a really good round 4. I remember him clipping me some good jabs. I think round 4 was a clear round for him. And I remember him hitting me some good shots, and I remember he started talking shit back to me, and like, which I enjoy. I enjoy that competitive side. But the momentum swung his way. So I remember sitting down between round 4 and 5 and going like, right, you really need to get something going here because he's definitely trying. So that's what I can recall right now.
By my count, there were 3 shots below the belt. 2 were acknowledged. The middle one, the referee, Keith Peterson, essentially said like, no, keep going. Did any of them, you know, I'll be honest, there was one, I think it was the third one. Yeah, like it looked like you might not be able to continue. It looked like you were in that much pain. Was there any point where you thought you wouldn't be able to continue because of these shots?
The third one was bad. It definitely floored me. It's funny because it literally was the exact same as the first fight. Like I was in a lot of pain when that third one got through because it was just right on the money. Even the second one was on it too. Like it hit my cup. It damaged me. It was an illegal strike. And it's just, I don't know why the second one wasn't called. But anyway, yeah, the third one I knew I just needed some time. Sometimes with them strikes, you just need a minute, sometimes 2 minutes to like get yourself back. And I knew I'm never going to stop. Like I'm never going to stop.
You were almost like a serial killer after the third one because you're on the floor, like looking like you're out, and then you pop up and then you start smiling. And I'm like, what is up with this guy? It was crazy.
I seen a bunch of shit on Twitter saying, oh, he was faking the third one. He got up and started laughing. Whenever I get up, Habib was laughing at me.
Oh, wow.
Because he obviously thought that I was like milking it or whatever. So he was like kind of looking and laughing at me. So I just give him a wink.
Golly.
And then I kind of see how people would misconstrue that. But it is funny. Like, it is funny.
What about at the end of the first round, the tete-a-tete, so to speak? What did you think of that moment?
Definitely looked like a fucking Brazilian footballer, if I don't say so myself.
Yeah.
But see, to be fair, like he did headbutt me. Like, there's no denying that. He headbutted me right in the eye. Like, so, you know, like, people are saying, oh, that's crazy, you were milking it, whatever. Maybe there was a wee bit of a milking for sure. But like, when I fought Morgan Charrier, my first Cage Warriors World title, a point was taken off him for headbutting me after the bell in the exact same situation. But I just thought that one was very funny. I only realized it actually today. I was rewatching the fight. I was trying to just gather everything a little bit more before doing this. And I realized when that happened, obviously the referee's in between us. He clashes heads with me. And the referee goes, immediately, I didn't see it. And then he follows me back to my corner and then says, I'm going to have a look at that. And then he started giving me a bollocking for stopping the fight. He's like, don't stop the fight if I don't stop it, because of the groin strike, obviously. So I just thought it was such a weird, like, he's right in between us. He headbutts me and he goes, I didn't see it. Follows me and goes, I'm going to take a look at that, as in, like, I guess a replay. I just thought that was weird. I didn't get it. Like, that's another foul if you ask me. Like,
so Keith Peterson has come under fire a little bit in the aftermath. What did you make? And he's someone who the likes of Dominic Cruz has criticized in the past. What did you make of the way in which he officiated the fight?
Well, look, there 100% should have been a point deducted. I mean, 3 fouls is too many. Like, what's the point of even having rules if you're not going to use them? And that's not including the headbutt, which is obviously, a foul also. I don't think he done a good job there at all.
Your coach spoke to on Crown to Pizzi, Liam Shannon, and he was critical of him as well, and even talked about him judging an earlier fight on the card. Did you have any reservations about him and the way in which he would call the fight, the way in which he would officiate going into this? Was anything on your radar?
Not me, because I didn't know at that point that he was officiating John's, my teammates. So I think, Peterson gave a 10-8 round against John, whilst another referee or another judge gave a 10-9 for John. So I don't know what that, I haven't had the ability to see it yet because it hasn't been online. I didn't know, but my coach, whenever he entered the changing room, I seen him say something and talk with some officials to kind of see what was going on, because he knew that it was Peterson that had given it against John, and he was now officiating my fight. So I didn't know. I knew my coaches are kind of like were suspect, but I don't know if that's a normal thing. I'm sure it is, officiating, judging, and refereeing. I don't know. Look,
it's a lot of conspiracy stuff, and that's John Mitchell.
Not very important, to be honest. Like, this is not very important to me. Like, I know a lot of people were instantly talking about the scorecards, and that has been one of the main talking points. But to be honest, bro, like, it's just full responsibility on me. I wasn't good enough, and it's totally on me. You know, I wasn't thinking about the scorecard for many days there. You know, I was just thinking about not performing.
So even when you hear 50-45 and 49-46, there's no part of you that feels like, what the heck was this? How did I not win one round according to this one judge? How did I not win more than one round according to this? None of that comes to mind. You're just focused on not doing the job?
Of course it does. Like, when they first read out the first scorecard, you've seen my face. I just went, fuck's sake, this is hardly happening again. But my frustration and almost embarrassment way outweighed that. So that's what that kind of was taking up my headspace first. And that was it. Obviously, as time has went on, I've rewatched everything. I've looked at all the stats of the fights, and then I've started scoring the rounds. I'm like, okay, like, I definitely clear cut 1-2 rounds at least. I had round 2 and 5, like, absolutely no question to me. And I had 3 a 50-50. So this is why I'm not saying there's any robbery. There's none of that going on. If you give it 3-2 Usman, that's fine. If you give it 3-2 to me, that's fine. Like, this is MMA. I'm totally aware of how this goes down every single weekend. But giving it 45 is obviously fucking insanity. Like,
yeah,
it's it's fucking bonkers. As I seen the clip of you talking about it, and that's, I guess, what everybody has been talking about.
Has anyone given you at least an explanation as to how that won? Because I would think, like, if that was me, I would want to know, how did you not think I won the second, the fifth, the third? Has anyone explained that 50-45 to you? Because to me, it calls into question the whole thing when it's that blatant. That's the problem. It's not a 48-47 for him, which I have said totally okay with. Even 49-46, not love it, but okay, at least one round. 0 rounds? Yeah. How do you walk away with that? Like, I don't get it.
Like, what criteria is he using? Like, and although, to be fair to him, he definitely used the same criteria for the 5 rounds. So at least he's sticking to his guns.
Sure. So, but no one has explained that to you. You haven't gotten an answer.
No, but I haven't been seeking it either, bro. Like, as I said, like, that's not that important to me. What was important to me and is important to me is just not doing what I needed to do.
Okay. Did you feel going into the fight that you needed a finish? You needed to stop? Obviously, you never want to go to the judges. Everyone says that. But did you feel like, man, I just have to make this undeniable?
I didn't feel like I need a finish. I prepared to beat him every single round. Obviously, with my style and how I kind of operate, I can finish people at the drop of a hat. Usman is obviously just so elusive. He's hard to catch. I didn't feel like I had to finish him to win this. I was prepared and was preparing to win every round.
It's amazing to me. Like, I got to give you all the props in the world. You know, he does the interview and he's kind of talking to Jimmy Smith, and he's like, look, you know, no controversy. Like, you know, he's feeling good about himself. Great. And then you come in and say, hey, they didn't want to give me the mic, and I think they were kind of running out of time or whatever. And I think, okay, here comes an explosion. Here comes Paul Hughes ranting. And all you're doing is saying, like, hey, thank you to everyone for supporting me. Like, there's not an ounce of negativity, an ounce of frustration, sour grapes. How do you do that? Because you're a better man than most of us. How do you do that in that moment? How do you not just unleash all these emotions when it looks like maybe some questionable things were happening?
Yeah. To be honest, the reason that I made a point of, because they were escorting me out of the cage, and I said, I'm fucking talking to my people here. There's no chance I'm getting out of this cage without thanking everybody for traveling all the way over here from everywhere across the world, but obviously especially Ireland. So I just walked straight over. I was like, fuck this, give me that mic. So my thought process behind that was just to thank everybody coming out. And then obviously there was a thanks to Usman, his team, thanks to Dubai as well. But that was to thank my people.
Okay. The road to this fight was very interesting. And to me, it ended up being the biggest fight in PFL history. And there's a lesson for the PFL, like, just make the biggest fights. None of this other fancy standings, tournaments of just make the biggest fights and look what happens. How do you feel about Usman and his team now in the aftermath? Now doing it twice, I know you were frustrated that you couldn't get the immediate rematch. It all worked out, meaning you got the second crack at him. How do you feel towards him and his team now?
Ultimate respect for Usman as a competitor. And, you know, I enjoyed that fight a lot. You know, I really, really did. We were talking shit to each other the entire time, and I fucking love that. That is a competitor, you know, and I'm obviously testing him so much, and he's coming back, and, you know, we're just two competitors. We're two of the best prospects in the whole sport. You could say two of the best lightweights on the planet just going at it. And I just love that competition. So I have great respect for him.
Do you think he respects you now? That was kind of the theme going into the first fight, and you kind of brought it up a little bit last week as well. Do you think he still underestimates you, or do you think you have earned his respect?
No, for sure. For sure. You can't do 10 rounds and not have that respect at this point.
Do you think there's any chance you get a third crack at him?
Perhaps in the future. Perhaps it'll be some years for sure.
Okay, you don't think there's a chance they do it right away? No. Are you okay with that? Are you at peace with that?
I'm at peace with it. I didn't do enough. This is on me. This is all on me.
Wow. Well, I definitely respect you taking it all on you. Is there a chance that you're being too hard on yourself? You did seem to fight a great fight in most people's eyes, and again, some thought you won.
I'm always my own biggest critic. I have to be, and that's why I'm in this position. I think it's not because I am proud of myself. I'm extremely proud of myself, and I don't feel defeated in any way, and I don't feel like a loser. I'm just sad and frustrated that I wasn't able to fight at 110% to beat him. You know what I mean? That's what I'm sad about.
When you say that, are you saying that you weren't 100% going into the fight?
Well, look, nobody's 100% going into any of these fights. There's no excuses. Like, every fighter you watch is not at 100%. So no, like, I just didn't.
Yeah.
And I wasn't good enough. I wasn't good enough.
What did your team say to you afterwards? Your coaches, what was the feedback from them?
They all had it 3-2.
For you? Yeah.
They all had it 3-2. And like, at that point, I was just like, I felt in the fight that I was just fighting amateurish at times, because, as I say, like, my mind was saying yes, but body wasn't following of what I needed to do. And that just was frustrating me, because I just wasn't performing where I normally do, And so when I came out of it, I was like, fuck's sake, I knew the last round was close, but coming out for the last round, they were like, this is 2 each, you have to win this round. So I was like, right. I pulled it out. Like, I definitely pulled a good fifth round out of the bag, all things considered. I dug fucking deep. Like, I dug deep to just keep the pressure and keep on him. And I dropped him in the fucking last round. Like, I sent him to a knee, and in the actual broadcast, like, yeah, you see it, but I've seen some of the instant replays. It's like, I dropped him. Like, are we scoring damage here, or what are we doing? Like, that was the most significant shot of the last round, and potentially even the fight. Never mind the head kick I whacked him. Never mind all the pressure and all the other shots I was scoring in the last round. So, yeah, I don't know, getting into the weeds a wee bit.
No, I understand. When you're watching, are there moments that you're like, man, I wish I could get this one back. I wish I could do this differently. Is it hard for you to watch?
It's hard to watch. But I done the best that I could on the night.
Most importantly, what did your parents say afterwards? We love your parents around here.
They'll be watching this now. They'll be buzzing. Oh, they're so proud, man. Everyone is. I've such a unbelievable friends and family circle, and that's why, it's, although the losing's hard, I still am very, very blessed.
I think some of the narrative afterwards, and I'm not trying to stir the pot here, was just it's time for Paul to leave PFL. And my response to that was like, no one has flown the PFL flag prouder and higher than Paul Hughes. You continue to say how happy you are, how well they treat you. You chose them, all this stuff and more. Have your sentiments changed about the organization after this? Or again, are you just going to say this is on me and nothing else?
No, I mean, I feel really positively about the PFL, as I've always said, that they've changed my life, and they've given me these opportunities. Like, obviously, I mean, it's no secret that a lot of fans were unhappy, or not unhappy. Well, yeah, you could say unhappy with how it was being marketed, but more so, like, what made me kind of sad was just a lot of people saying, "Oh, we didn't know this was on, or we don't know where to watch it." And I'm like, this is my whole life's work. How do people not know this fight's on? Do you know what I mean? So that maybe just made me personally feel a bit sad that people weren't able to see my work and everything I've been working so hard for. But other than that, that's a small thing. Other than that, everything has been fantastic. Been treated so well. The staff are all incredible. They're so nice. They're so kind. And they've changed my life. Like, so I still stick by that.
It's a new era. There's a new CEO. I saw John Martin in between you guys. Could you tell us what the vibe is like within, the staff, the company, fight week? Have you sensed any sort of difference from previous fight weeks?
See, to be honest, I wasn't near the fighter hotel the whole time. So I just went in for my obligations and dipped back out again. But for what I was there for, it was very positive, and it always is very positive. As I say, everyone's very kind. The staff are all very nice. And there's no complaints.
How quickly do you want to return?
I need some time. I've given everything the last 18 months here. That's my 6th fight in 18 months, my 5th in PFL, my 2nd world title fight. My body needs some time here.
Okay. Serious stuff bothering you, or you just feel like it's the wear and tear of the last 18 months? Like, do you have any serious injuries?
Some.
Oh, really?
Some.
Surgery?
Yeah, I need. No,
Okay.
no, I'm not doing surgery. No. I'll get back over to BioAccelerator out in Colombia very soon. Shout out to those guys, because if I didn't see them, I would not have been able to do an R fight camp. It literally would have been physically possible. So huge shout out to BioAccelerator in Colombia. I'll hopefully get back out there very soon.
Okay. We know about your history with your hands. Are your hands bothering you?
No, thankfully not. Touch wood, zero issues. And that's all I'll say on this.
Okay, got you. I understand. You don't want to come across like you're making any excuses or sour grapes or anything like that. So I definitely do appreciate it. Is there a chance you're out for like a year? Like you just need that type of mental and physical break?
No, definitely not. The thing is, I want to keep going. I want to keep going. I waited so long to be in these opportunities. There's nothing it's my team. They're saying we're not letting you fight. You have to take time. I want to keep. I have never loved this sport so much in my life. Truly, seeing being in a better position now, Errol, and that's again shout out to PFL again for changing my life. See, being able to do these training camps with my team, and I've been in Dubai for over a month now, to be able to have these experiences with all the people that you love that are there for you and just working towards the dream. It's such a beautiful thing. I've never enjoyed and loved this sport more in my life. I love competing. I love the daily grind. I love getting better. I love the feeling that I'm gonna be the best in the world someday. I just need to keep doing what I'm doing. I've got a full team supporting me doing it. I don't want to stop. My mind says yes, but my body's saying no right now. So I need that. I need a bit of time.
I get it. You know what you need? You need to get back home, be around your friends and family. I know a lot of them are there as well. Get a nice little burrito from that spot, maybe a big one or two.
No, we can't.
We're done? Okay, we're done.
So here, we'll switch it up. We'll go Nando's.
Oh, I love a Nando's. See, I have had Nando's. Okay, so we're done with them. We're moving on.
We're done with Mexican establishment. We're moving on to Nando's. That's the next one. We're going for the black card there.
Okay. I feel like they're a little bit.
Do you want to help me out here, Ariel? Do you want to hype me up?
I actually know someone who has the black card. I feel like this one's more attainable.
Oh, yeah?
Get on it, Tim. Get him the damn black card, all right? What's the order, by the way? What's the order?
Oh, Nando's. You're talking sunset burger, peri salted chips. Do you know what I like to do? I like to do it after weigh-ins. I'll go extra chicken thighs on the side, right?
Oh, wow.
Then I'll get an extra portion of garlic bread. I'll get halloumi, béarnaise, peri salted chips, and I'll make my own second burger.
Wow, burger. I've never had the burger there. I've just had the chicken.
No, I'm making it myself.
God.
I'm getting all the sides, and bro, I got this shit on lock. If you're ever back this direction, bro, I got you.
Do they have it over there in Dubai?
They have it, bro, and we go after every single weigh-in that I've had for years. So I've got years of footage. I'm gonna get my editor to start clipping it up as we speak. I'm gonna get them the promo sent over, everything sorted.
Yeah, forget those jabronis, the burrito guys. Yeah, forget them. They had their chance. The ship has sailed.
The ship has sailed, exactly.
I love it. All right, well, enjoy your time off. Well done. Great fight, but man, the way you conduct yourself, I really do have to tip my cap to you. It's really a pleasure to watch you do your thing with the lights so bright on you. No one would have faulted you for what do you guys say, throwing the baby out with the pram or whatever, going crazy, going insane, and you've kept it so classy, so professional. It's really a pleasure. For all those people, lastly, before I let you go, who took to social media, who posted things on your behalf, who were upset, all those fans who have supported you for so long, you have a very loyal fan base. What do you want to say to them?
Bro, this has been the thing I've been thinking about, because I wanted to say the right thing as well for everybody traveling over. I had to take some time away, obviously, from online, but when I do open it, it's just so positive. And then obviously my phone, just the messages of everyone I love, but also the weekend that I've had here in Dubai, there's so many people traveled over from every corner of the globe. As I say, especially Ireland, you're talking, I would say near 1,000 people came over here, and I got to spend time and see everybody on the Saturday because we threw an after party. And I think I got to see basically everybody and get photos with everybody that came. And that is like one of the most meaningful things about this whole journey, is to be able to share them experiences with everybody that have either been with me from the start or they've just joining now. And like the energy, like people are making friends throughout the world just from coming to my fights. Like people are traveling solo to come to them. Like we've developed such an amazing community at this point, and that's really meaningful. So I just want to thank all these people that have always traveling over. And then just in general, if you're tuning in, if you're subscribing to the YouTube, all that stuff, it's really meaningful.
Incredible. Well done, Paul. Thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate it. Thank you for coming on. Get well soon, heal up, and congrats on a great fight. You fought your ass off, and you deserve all the praise that you are getting.
Thank you, brother. And shout out to the boys in the back as well. I know you're all supporters, so I really do appreciate it.
They will love that. Thank you, Paul. All the best to you. We'll talk to you soon.
Have a good one. Bye.
There he is. Big news. Paul Hughes giving a shout out to the BITB. Does that include PT as well?
Was in the bag mentioned, baby. Was in the bag mentioned.
What a week for you guys, right?
Shout out Paul Hughes.
From Yuri shitting on you to
shitting. Is that what we're going with? Jesus. I mean, every time you get a chance, you're like, word of the week, performative. Actor of the month. Oscar award-winning performance.
You know, speaking of Oscar winners, Channing Tatum going to be joining us. Has Channing ever won an Oscar? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
No. But he could win one for Roofman. Is it Roofman?
You're making all the nominations this year. The Rock for The Smashing Machine, Channing Tatum for Roofman.
I just hope it opens with a bit of a better, what is it, gate? What do you
already
call it?
called it a box office smash hit.
Roofman?
Yeah.
Is it Roofman or Roofman?
Roofman.
You think so?
Yes.
It's a coming of age story, really. It's a true story, Frank. It's
based
about
on actual events.
Actual events, no documentaries, so you don't have that.
So they have to worry about which one to watch first.
That internal battle is
You know
not
what a
present.
coming of age story is?
What do you mean? Like it's like the guy.
He plays like a 40-year-old something in the
Yeah,
movie,
yeah.
doesn't he?
But he comes of age in the sense that his family's struggling. He needs to help them out. He robs people in the nicest of ways, and then he hides under a Toys R Us.
Love a good old nice robbery.
And so it's like
Under
one
a
of those,
Toys R Us, and it's called Roof Man.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Yeah.
Well, we'll ask him, right?
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be in about 30 minutes time. Then Eddie Hearn, then Raven. Quote the Raven, nevermore. Yesterday we spoke to Arman Tsarukyan. Today we speak to the other half of that highly anticipated November 22nd Qatar, or is it Qatar main event? Regardless, it's one of the most anticipated fight night main events of the year, if not the most. Can't wait for this. There's a lot of history there between the two of them. Now let us hear from the great Dan Hooker, the other side of that equation, kind enough to join us on this Wednesday afternoon or Thursday morning over in New Zealand. Hello, Dan. How are you?
How are you, sir? I'm well.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Not to the show,
Good to be back.
just not to the show, just more to like life, to like fighting,
Oh,
to UFC.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely. I've been out of the loop for a minute. So, excited to not only get back, but to get back in a pretty big way, to get back in, as the old boss said the other day, is the number one contender fight.
So a few things. When did you get officially 100% cleared to return?
The day before the fight was announced.
Okay, so not that long ago.
No, I actually had it. It was pretty much signed off, and then we're straight to work.
How is the hand now? You feel like no restrictions, no problems?
No, it's good. Like obviously, you just need to sign off from the surgeon. So they don't want you to wreck their work and make them look stupid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're just trying to press him to sign and trying to press him to get it signed off. But he knows me. He's a really good surgeon, and so he knows that I was going to wreck it straight away and go and go and fight straight away. So he gave it a little bit of extra time just so I wouldn't, and he made sure it was at 100%.
Is that what happened the first time? Because you had to go for a second procedure, right?
No, it was I had back-to-backs. I had a plate put in after the initial break, and then the second surgery was just to have the plate taken out because it was just restricting it was no one's fault. It was a really good surgeon. It was just such a bad break that it was like restricting the way that my hand would move. So we had to take the plate out and just so it would free it up a bit. So yeah, it was not its real fault. It was just how bad the break was.
When you were thinking, okay, I'm going to come back, end of the year, all this stuff, was Arman someone that you thought was going to be offered? Was he on your radar? Obviously, we know about the back and forth between you guys, but did you think he would be offered ultimately, or did you think they would offer someone else?
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the fight. I know that he was offered Gamrot, who he's lost to, and he turned that fight down. And Gamrot's like obviously someone just ranked outside of me and someone that I've beaten. So I knew between he didn't want to fight Gamrot because Gamrot was ranked so low and coming off a loss. And so I knew that between me and Arman Tsarukyan, that absolutely no one wants to fight the guy. I know that no one wants to take that risk. I knew that some of the bigger name guys, because now they have a reason to avoid him as well. Like everyone does have a reason to avoid him with the weight miss and things like that. There'll be a lot of now the champion has an excuse to not fight the guy, and a legitimate excuse in that the UFC and you put so much time into something and then a guy pulls out at the weight cut is a legitimate excuse for a champion and the UFC to not put you into a big fight. I knew that he had to fight to get back into title contention. So I knew that this fight, I would be the only person that would want the most difficult fight. I don't discredit the other guys for picking their battles and trying to find the most least path of resistance, but that's just not the way that I do things. I think that he's the toughest test. I think he's the best fighter in the division, and so that's the way that I want to go. I want to go the hardest way.
When you guys were offered the fight, did they tell you, yo, this is a number one contender fight? Because when Dana announced it, they rarely do that these days. They rarely officially announce it. I know he was asked the question, but he'll usually kind of say, we'll see, So I was surprised, but I think it's warranted. So I'm wondering, did you know that, or did you find out like we all did?
I think it's just Tsarukyan's he is the number one contender. He's the number one contender that has to prove himself to get back in the mix. That's why I wanted to fight him, because I know that I know if I go in there with Arman Tsarukyan as your last win on a full fight win streak, then I know that beating him, the title shot is guaranteed, and which the boss reinforced. Obviously, there was what was it? Charles Oliveira was without an opponent, and then everyone's asking why I didn't jump into that, because I feel like I beat Charles Oliveira. I'm still not head and shoulders the next guy in line. I feel like there's still questions to answer. I feel like beating Arman Tsarukyan answers all of the questions, and it's without a doubt. And yeah, the boss seconds that, and he agrees. So it's very exciting times.
Now, so what about the relationship between you two, for lack of a better word? Because we saw the tweets over the past year or so, and then I saw you doing an interview with Submission Radio saying, if you guys get close, this is going to pop off beforehand. So is that a real, do they need to be very careful here? Because obviously you guys want to get paid, you want to have the fight. If you fight beforehand, it may not happen.
Yeah, obviously there's bad blood. I feel like he's come in and been pretty since he first came into the UFC, he's just kind of discredited me as a fighter and things that I've done, and that's his own opinion. But and there's just been back and forth over the years, and so I'd love to get in there and fight him. It's just things that he's done in the past. He's just he's just like a lippy little rich kid that's had everything handed to him in his life, and he thinks he can go around and like, it's like, I'm just saying, if there's a repeat, like there's a video of him walking up on Bobby Green and like getting in his face like before the fight, and obviously he doesn't need the money from these UFC fights. You know what I mean? He does this for attention and Instagram likes. Like, he doesn't fight to feed his family. Like, I fight to provide for my family. Bobby Green provides for his family through fighting. So him coming up in his face, obviously Bobby Green's not going to lash out and he's going to keep it professional. I'm just saying, if he walks up on me like he walked up on Bobby Green, the fight is cancelled and the UFC has been full. I might actually write that in my contract.
Do you think that is something that kind of works against them? Like, if you have to, if you need to win, you need to fight to provide for your family as opposed to not, as you say. Do you think that means you have a lesser edge if you're on that side of the equation?
Not the way the sport is now. I don't think the sport. Yeah, I don't think the way the sport is designed now. I don't think it was what it used to be. I think now, like, you can see that. Like, I come up from nothing. We were training with nothing, training with no equipment. When I first started coming up in here, we had no UFC fighters from training out of New Zealand in the UFC. Now you can, like, he can get the best nutritionist. His daddy can pay for the best strength and conditioning coach and fly him to. Bro, I've seen some of him come out and say that he spent. He had to pull out. He's like, yeah, I spent $100K on training camp. It's like, bro, what? Who has it? Like, he flies in sparring partners and coaches. Like, he should win the amount of money that he puts into these things. Like, bro, I drive 5 minutes down the road and go up to City Kickboxing and punch my mates in. Yeah, the sport is. It shows that it's like a true testament as to how far the sport has come. That just essentially rich little daddy's boys can reach the pinnacle of the sport.
I asked him about this potential interaction and the relationship between you two. Here's what he had to say. I'd love for you to hear it and maybe respond.
He's gonna talk a lot, but a lot of brothers coming, and hopefully he's gonna they gonna stop me,
Oh my.
And yeah, I shouldn't do some crazy things. I just gotta be focused because I'm gonna have 25 minutes to beat his ass. He can do whatever he wants to do. He's gonna have 25 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wants, we can fight, and after fight we can fight again.
What?
But not before.
So he says a lot of brothers are coming.
Ooh, fuck! I've never been jumped before. But who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I've had my ass beat more times than you've had hot dinners, brother. You think that scares me in any way, shape, or form? You're off your head.
You got some pretty tough brothers on your side as well, just for the record.
I got some pretty tough brothers, but I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy, brother. I'm not that guy. I've heard him as well. I'm not that guy. I don't go get no one in my life. You beat me up, I'm not going to go get anyone else to come and sort it out. I'm not going to hide behind anyone. I don't need brothers. I have brothers, but I'm not that guy. I don't go and get people. If I got a problem with someone, I'll come around your house and sort it out myself. I'm not. I don't send anyone to go and do my dirty work, brother. I saw what he said as well. He's like, if we just go in a room without bodyguards and cameramen, brother, I don't have bodyguards and cameramen, and I've never hired a bodyguard or a camera. That's how out of touch the skid is. that he just thinks that life comes with bodyguards and cameramen. I've never had a bodyguard in my life, brother. Obviously, there's UFC
Yeah.
security guards standing around and stuff like that, but get real. We got 25 minutes. You're right. We got 25 minutes, and I cannot wait for it, my friend. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the look on your face.
Have you ever felt this way about an opponent before?
I hate everyone. Yeah, of course, it doesn't matter. You could be my best mate. You could be my worst enemy. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. When you lock that door, it makes no shit of a difference. I think I'm the better fighter, and I can't wait to prove it.
When I also asked him about how the fight was going to play out, he predicted a knockout, which is fine. But then he said, you better practice your wrestling. And so I'm wondering, which one do you believe more? Do you think it's going to be a wrestle fest, so to speak? Do you think he's going to try to continuously take you down, sort of like what we saw with Khamzat and his game plan against DDP? Or do you think he's actually going to try to knock you out, stand and trade with you?
He's pretty well rounded. Like I'm sure if he's pretty well rounded. He can go anywhere. I think skill for skill, I feel like he is the best fighter in that division. He's just a bit boring. But technically, skill for skill, he is a good fighter. Wherever the fight goes, I'm excited to wrestle with him. I feel like, obviously, I feel like I have an advantage if it stays on the feet. I feel like I do have an advantage. Anyone can get knocked out in the sport, but I definitely have an advantage if the fight stays striking. But yeah, I feel like I've been improving my wrestling a lot over the last couple of years, and I'm excited to get out there and get into some scrambles and wrestle him. If he wants to wrestle, he's going to make himself tired. That's all I can say. I would love it if he did wrestle, but he's going to just make himself tired. That's all that's going to happen.
Can I ask the friction between you two? When did it start? How did this all come about?
I think when he first got into the UFC and he started saying my name and discrediting what I accomplished, and I'm just not a guy to back down and take that lightly. And I think, when he first came into the UFC, he's saying I'm ducking him, and I didn't even know who the kid was. I actually, because the manager's Ruby, I actually go. I have to apologize, Ruby, because I was giving him shit. I was saying, I said, these blokes don't even speak English. I said, get off their Twitter. I thought he was doing the Ali Abdelaziz and just tweeting on his boys, getting on his boys' Twitter and just firing out a bunch of nonsense. So I actually got into Ruby. I said, get off this kid's calling me out and talking shit. I said, get off these kids' Twitter handles, mate. You're going to get them hurt. But it turns out it was actually Arman the whole time. So I was I was fully warranted. Yeah, he's just been mouthing off since he first got in the UFC.
Are you guys going to see each other before fight week? Like, are they making you go out there for any sort of press conference, face-off thing? Sometimes they do that.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
How do you feel about the fight being in Qatar?
Yeah, cool. 5% tax, brother. I'll fight there. I'll fight there every fight for the remainder of my career. I fight for money. I fight to put the most amount of. I fight for the most amount of money possible. So, and it's the longest direct flight in the world. So it is a direct flight from New Zealand, but it's the longest direct flight in the world.
Wow, how long?
I think it's like over 17 hours direct.
Damn. That is, I didn't even know that commercial airlines can do that 17 hours straight.
Yeah, I've done it before. Yeah, Auckland to Doha. I think just from memory, I might have to chat GPT it. I should have done that before.
You've been there before. Why were you there?
I've done that flight. Flying to BKFC
Got
in
it.
Marbella. Coming back, I did. It was 3 flights. I believe I flew to Marbella to London, London to Doha, and then Doha back to New Zealand.
By the way, you mentioned, you fight for money. That's how you provide for your family. This will be your first fight since August of last year. How difficult has this past year been for you?
Oh, brother, if you're, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I'm not silly with money. I knew that. I know full well that the sport can be taken away of me at any moment in time, and so I was obviously accounted for that in a lot of different ways. So not difficult. It's if you're a professional MMA fighter and you don't factor in that you could be getting injured, then you're naive. There's one thing for any young fighter that wants to be a professional fighter, is that this sport comes with 100% chance of injury. You're not like I'm not. It's not something that I'd never anticipated happening. I've been pretty lucky throughout most of my career to not be injured. Like recently, I've had a couple of injuries, like obviously back to back, a couple of back to back arm surgeries, but like prior to that, and then also those are broken bones as well. That's actually not they're actually not the end of the world. If you're gonna the last thing you want to have is like obviously neck issues, like ligament issues, ACL, MCL, knees, shoulders, like the joints are pretty bad injuries, and they're ones that take a long time to heal. I've just been kind of unlucky, but then also at this stage of my career, not getting hit in the head that consistently is also like a good has been a nice little refresher as well, and a lot of other things. Like I've been able to do a lot of other things with the time off, obviously.
1 minute scraps, baby.
My own, yeah, I wouldn't that kind of whole thing wouldn't have come together, and that's been really fun. That's been really exciting to get my hands on and sink my teeth into.
Shout out to 1 minute scraps. You just had an event. What was it? A 32-man tournament. But this one was in a gym, not in the back garden, right?
Not that one. This one. The next one's outside. So I got the next one is November 2nd. We're gonna do the next one. So yeah, I've done three different events. So first one I had super heavyweight men, then no weight limit woman, and then we had the 32 convicts. So I had 32 convicted. Like your backstory, you had to be a convicted criminal. So I had 32 convicts battle it out, and then this next one, I'm doing the king of knockouts. So to enter it, you have to have a knockout on your resume, not TKO, not cut stoppage, nothing like that. It needs to be sleep. You need to have fought, and you need to have someone sleeping on your record. And so I got 32 guys coming in, and this one's like 80 kilos, so I think that's like 175 pounds. And it's just a really cool format. I get 32 guys, and then it's a 1 minute the whole fight, and I have $50,000 on the line for each one. So you have to win 5 1 minute fights, and it's just an eliminator. So first round 16, second round's 8, 4.
Yeah.
And then you fight for the thing. So you win 5 1 minute fights, and you win $50,000. I got my next shows in November, and that's obviously the king of knockouts. That's everyone on their got to have knockouts on their resume to enter. But then the next 2 shows, I haven't obviously announced those, but I got some real cool ideas. Oh, not ideas. I've locked in December and January as well, so they'll be really exciting. They'll be some really cool ones.
With the convicts, was it hard to find 32?
Man, I could have made 64. Yeah, I just I ran that for like a lot of different reasons. I these are the guys that can't get out of the country and they can't go and fight professionally, and they've had it taken away from them. Like, they can't travel and fight overseas and make a living from the sport, and they're never going to get that kind of eyes on an event and that kind of opportunity, or definitely not the opportunity to get $50,000, their hands on $50,000. Like, that's been taken away from them for one reason or another, or mistakes that they made in the past. So it was like just a cool opportunity to give them something to work towards, or give them something to focus on and really lock into.
Could this be a thing? Like, are you starting to get sponsors now? Are people wanting to stream it live? I know you posted on MacLife, gets great numbers there, but like, is this a thing where you're feeling like you found something here, you're onto something, this could be a really big thing for you?
Well, it's definitely growing. It's definitely exciting. It's definitely something that people want to watch. It's lucky that I have a really good so a guy that sponsors me, the Doctor Social, he's a streamer. Like, he streams, and we kind of just come up with it together. We put the idea together, and then just started running the fights. He obviously sponsors them. We couldn't do it without him, and then I just get the fighters and run the events. But people have just been loving the content. The numbers have been going absolutely crazy. In the 3 events, I've almost got 500,000 followers on Instagram, and that's with no ads, no, I don't know, like, I haven't been doing any kind of crazy. It's just me and an iPhone, and we're just, people are just absolutely loving the concept. The next 2 shows are fun. I haven't announced those, so no one messaged me about them, but because there's so many things that you can do, there's so many cool different ideas that you can get after. But I was thinking, Christmas is coming up in December. You got dads need money for presents. I was going, what's a cool way you could do? I'm gonna do dads with no fights. So you can't ever step foot. You can't ever step foot in a ring or had a fight, any kind of fight, in one way, shape, or form, and you need to have a dad bod. So I'm going to get 32 dads.
Hell yeah.
Battling it out. I'm going to get 32 dads battling out with their bare bellies for $50,000. So that'll be like a nice little. We'll see how hard dads will fight.
That's brilliant.
To put on a really cool Christmas for their kids. That'll be a fun one. And then next year, we're going back to the start. We're going back. We're going to the backyard, and we're going to do the super heavyweight boys again. But this time, the doctor wants to double the money. We're going to chuck up $100,000.
Oh, wow.
For the super heavyweight boys. So that's the next 3 events, all locked in. November, December, and January. And it's it's kind of, each one is its own thing. But I'm excited. I'm excited for the next one when it scraps, for sure.
I can see the enthusiasm radiating from you love talking about this, which is great. I'll let you go in a moment, but I just want to ask, as far as the fight with Arman, I really can't wait. I love this fight. I love the dynamic between you two. What are you envisioning? How are you beating him?
I think I definitely know how it'll be play out. I'm just excited to go everywhere with it. I'm excited. I don't really have to prove anything to anyone. I'm excited. I'm excited to take it from him. I'm excited to take the fight. I'm not avoiding any aspect of this fight, whether it's on the ground or in the wrestle or on the feet. I'm willing to take it anywhere with him. I just genuinely think that I'm a better fighter than he is, and I'm excited to prove it.
Thank you, Dan. All the best to you. Always a pleasure. Good luck with 1 minute scraps, and then, of course, good luck November 22nd. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're the man. There he is, the great Dan Hooker, kind enough to join us on this Wednesday here in America, Thursday morning in Auckland. And the way in which he talks about 1 minute scraps is tremendous. And I really can't wait for that fight. I cannot wait for that fight against Arman Tsarukyan. I think the fight week buildup is going to be phenomenal. I think the dynamic between them, they couldn't be more different, is going to be a lot of fun as well. So look out for that. That's November 22nd in Qatar. All right, let's move on. Still to come, Raven, end of the show. Eddie Hearn in studio in about 20 minutes time. But how about this one? I told you last week, it's rare when my brother texts me excited about a guest on the show, and that's when Benny Safdie was on. It's rare when my sister-in-law texts me excited about a guest on the show, and my wife as well. She's like, what? Why didn't you tell me Channing Tatum's on your show today? How did this happen? Well, it happened, and it's happening. Without further ado, let us say hello to the star of the upcoming film Roofman, which is out this Friday around the world. The great Channing Tatum is here. Wow.
Thanks,
this
man.
is amazing.
Good to meet you, man. Finally.
This is
How are you,
amazing.
sir?
What a great honor this is for us, really. No one believed me.
Man, I've been watching you forever.
Wow, that means the world. That really does mean the world. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And what a great film this is. I mean, the story is phenomenal. It's based on a true story. It's I was trying to explain to the guys, it's like, yeah, sometimes in life there are bad dudes, there are villains, but sometimes they have good meaning. They have a purpose. They're good people deep down inside. Is that the best way to describe Jeffrey Manchester, the man you're playing in this film?
Yeah, I think that's a really good way, actually. My director told me one time, he's like, I've never met a hero and I've never met a villain. I've just met humans. And I think it's really easy to take a snapshot out of somebody's life and judge the shit out of them, especially right now in this time that we just, I don't know, I feel like we judge everything. I feel like we judge the world, we judge people, we judge ourselves. This guy, yes, he did absolutely commit crimes. Like, he robbed over probably 45 McDonald's, but he only got caught for one, but he got sentenced for 45 years in prison. He figured that was essentially a life sentence, and he was like, well, if the state isn't going to give me a second chance, I'm going to give myself a second chance, and he broke out. And he's pretty smart individual, so he didn't just try to get as far away as fast as possible, and he hid in a Toys R Us for 6 months. And he's just a wily character, man. And but yeah, I think in all of our lives, I'm probably 2 decisions away in my life from not being very different of an outcome than Jeffrey Manchester, the guy I get to play in Roofman.
You really believe that? I mean, we know about your backstory, we know about the male stripping, but 2 decisions away, like incarceration, all that stuff?
I mean, I think we're all almost 2 decisions away. True. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm all good and fine, and then somebody cuts me off, like taking my daughter to school, and I'm ready to literally get out and drag somebody out of a car. And I'm like, where did that come from? I wasn't feeling that like 2 minutes ago. And, just bad moments, bad decisions. And, he made some really, really bad decisions. And that, look, I grew up in Florida. I was a stripper, like for real, for a year. I mean, there was a ton of bad decisions, a string of them that could have happened that it would have definitely been a bad outcome.
Are the bad decisions what lead you to stripping, or are they happening while you're stripping?
You know what? I actually, I guess I can only say this because I got out pretty unscathed in a way. I really was looking for, I guess, the abyss in a way. Like I was wanting to have a crazy experience, and I went into that world. And I don't know if it was a bad decision because it gave me a lot of my life experience, I guess. And I'm still pulling on those life experiences today. Not only just to make the movies, but like, I think when people ask me like, how do I become, I want to be an actor. How do I become an actor? And I'm like, well, first, yeah, you got to know if you enjoy acting and if you actually really want to explore what that means and learn how to act. It's like, I want to be a fighter, but unless you're actually going to go do the work to see if you actually can like truly devote yourself to the art of it, you don't have anything. And I think the only other thing that I would say other than technique and actually learning how to act is you got to live a life. Personally, I'm not one of there's so many British actors that just can do anything, whether they can just pour them, they're like water and you pour them in a vessel and they can just truly be anyone. I kind of can't play anyone that I don't really feel some sort of kindredness or some sort of connection to, that I've maybe had some even thin webbing of connection of my own life to.
So I've taken the opportunity to listen to a lot of your interviews leading up to this interview. I like to do that. I like to hear what people are saying. And what's so refreshing to me is you're a gigantic star. You don't need me to say this, but you seem very willing and open and honest to talk about maybe some things that you're dealing with. Imposter syndrome is something that I'm fascinated by, and I know you talked to the New York Times about this as well. And I'm like, wow, Channing Tatum, like from afar, this guy has it all. He's done it all. He continues to just make hit after hit. It seems like everything is perfect, and he's such a big star, and he's respected. He's not just a pretty face; he's respected as a big movie star. And is it because you come from that humble beginning that you feel like, you know what, maybe I'm not that guy, despite the fact that everyone says I am? Maybe I'm still the stripper or the lost kid who didn't make it as a football player. Is it because of that tough upbringing that you still have a hard time fully believing that you are as good as people say you are?
I didn't ever dream of being an actor. It wasn't in my, I don't know. It wasn't in like the possibilities, I guess, of like, these are the jobs that you can have, sort of things. I just didn't, acting to me was like something that happened on a stage in high school that I don't know, I just didn't. I played football, I played sports in general, but I don't know, I think that I came into acting through modeling, and that was a true, I guess, someone just saw me on the street and was like, hey, I think you can do this. And I got paid to just stand naked and flex in front of a fucking camera. Sorry, I don't know if I can cuss on.
No, go ahead. Go crazy.
But it wasn't very fulfilling as a job, but it paid the bills. I didn't have to have a normal job like that. I've had many normal jobs. And so it did the job of just living, I guess. And then acting kind of came along through just getting a commercial. And then that led into movies. And ultimately, like, I was getting parts in movies before I really truly felt like I knew what I was doing. I was kind of just faking it to make it, or whatever you want to call that. And I was just I was barely hanging on, was what it really felt like. And as it kept going, you kind of feel like, I liken it to like, I don't know, I can't remember how old you are, but like, I feel like the radio winner that guessed the right song with 2 seconds of the song, and like I got allowed into the concert or whatever, like my tickets were to, and then I got backstage, and then no one asked me to leave, so I just am sort of like, all right, I'm in this thing now. And then you really put the time and the work in to like truly learn it. And I didn't really even know how much I loved movies until I started to really study acting and film and storytelling in general. And it's taken me a long time to feel, I guess, to feel like I've earned a place at the table. Some of these people that I've gotten blessed to work with, man, they're so good at what they do. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, I would just watch them and go, they're just in so much more control of what they're doing. You have people that are I don't know, you work in a space where you see artists of a different kind, martial artists, that some people just have this like God-given ability, and then some people have had to like truly hone it and sharpen it through the years, and they grow, and I don't know, like I think mine was really like I had to earn my stripes, and I don't feel until now, I'm 20 years into the business, and I just now feel like I've been like, okay, I do deserve to be here. It wasn't an accident, I guess.
Even saying that, I feel like you stumble just slightly because you can't fully say it. Do you fully believe that now, or do you still have those insecurities?
It's weird. I think of all the actors that I love, like the only people that are still here really that I love, but like Denzel Washington, I got to hang out with for like a weekend, and like he's one of my favorite actors, and I don't know how to explain it. Like me saying that out loud and thinking of myself that I would be able to like be in a movie with someone that I admire to a degree that is like I don't know. It's like fighting your hero. Like, I mean, how do you do that? It's crazy. And movies you're not fighting, but you are going somehow, like you're connecting in a very raw and visceral way that is really real time, and you have to show up and really be there. And to say that about some of the titans that I have grown up watching, and that I somehow can, yeah, you're right. I can almost barely say it now that I feel like I could deserve to share an arena with.
The character that you play in this film, which again is out this Friday, October 10th, Jeffrey Manchester, the film is Roofman. He's still alive, right?
Yep, still in prison, Central Prison in Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah.
Have you talked to him? Have you ever met him?
So I haven't met him in person. I talked to him every day for about 2.5 months.
Wow.
I didn't get clearance to talk to him before the movie started. Like the movie starts and the schedules and the is just crazy. The pace of making a movie is wild, and so I didn't have time to go down and actually meet him when we were shooting. But I'm after the movie comes out and all this press and everything is done, I'm gonna go down and see him because I finally have clearance. But you know, it's weird when you have so many like questions or expectations or projections onto somebody, and then you just have a conversation with them on the phone. In the first 15 seconds of the call, all those questions went away, and he kind of takes care of you. He's just this like very sweet and like genuinely interested human, and actually he's funny. He takes care of you on the phone call in a way, like, you know, because you don't kind of know how to do it, and he does, and he'd be like, oh, I read somewhere that, you know, your daughter likes Irish Celtic dancing. Where'd that come from? And he's just such a fascinating person, and I found myself genuinely just becoming so enamored with him as just a, you know, like I was like, man, I really like this guy, and if not, like I really love him. I kind of have to love all the people that I play on some level, even the bad guys. I have to somehow find my way into like caring about them in a different way. But yeah.
As someone who comes across as a thinker, and I say that with the utmost, you know, respect, is there a different type of anxiety that comes with playing someone who is a real life person, who is alive, as opposed to a Mark Schultz, great film, Foxcatcher, loved it, who isn't here, and so you don't have to hear from him necessarily and say like, hey, you know, you did this, you did that, like and then as opposed to like a fictional character who you'll never have to hear from.
Right. Yes is the answer. The very clean and short answer is definitely yes. Playing someone that's real, I don't know. I always hate even playing a soldier or something is really hard. I have to really try to like, I don't know, talk myself into it because there's something kind of, I don't know, sacred, I think, about what anyone of service does. But someone that's real, that has lived and has had that truth, yeah, I do. I think you should take it a little bit more serious, and you can't take liberties. Exactly. Foxcatcher was unique in the way that Mark Schultz was involved really, really heavily. I hung, you know, he was on set. I wrestled him. It was, you know, intense. The guy's brilliant and also fascinating. And that one kind of broke my heart, to be honest. Like, I know that we got really close, and he really liked my performance, but he wasn't, I think, at the end of the day, happy with the movie. There were certain elements of the movie that I think he didn't agree with, and ultimately those aren't in my power to control. In a way, that's the director. And I think, you know, that was unfortunate. So it can be a little bit of a traumatic experience, and I did address that with Jeff on the phone. I was like, hey, look, we're gonna go make this movie, man, but I need to prepare you. Like, you know, I can't imagine what it would be like for somebody to come to me and be like, hey, I'm gonna play you in a movie. Like, that would be it would be not only terrifying, but I would just be like, how is this gonna work? And I really let him know that I'm never gonna be him. I'm gonna be like, I've never met you in person, so I'm not gonna be able to mimic anything that your mannerisms or anything. I had 4 pictures to go on about the way he looked, and ultimately just, I don't know, probably 60 plus phone calls. And that was it. And then obviously Derek, the director, I think he'd done 400 hours of phone calls with Jeff, and then all the people connected to the story. But ultimately, the movie is going to be some strange baby of Jeffrey Manchester, the actual, you know, guy that did all these things in real life. Myself, that, you know, interprets who I'm hearing and experiencing over the phone. And then Derek Cianfrance, the director, that is going to essentially like feather all of these perspectives kind of together to tell the most thematic and interesting and fun story. I mean, and he is the director to do that with. I don't know if you've seen Place Beyond the Pines or Blue Valentine. God, there's so many. He's like one of my favorite filmmakers. So, and it was an honor to get to work with him.
Over a decade ago, you worked with Kung Lee on a film called Fighting. And I remember when that came out and you guys were buddies. I remember you were at UFC 139, I think, when he fought in San Jose. And I remember him also saying that if you wanted to be a fighter, you could have been a fighter. Is that to him just like, you know, just kind of being nice to his famous co-star, or is that a legit thing?
100%. No. Kung's hilarious. I love him. We had a really good time on the movie, and we just stayed buddies afterwards. And I've always loved fighting, and I remember passing around tapes in high school of the early UFC days. Like the tape would literally just go around the entire school, and
wow.
And so I've just been a fan of this thing. And Kung was such an exciting fighter. I mean, he was pulling moves that you only do in video games even when he was in Pride not Pride. No,
Strike Force.
Strike Force. Jesus. Yeah, and even when he was in Strike Force, I mean, he was doing things that you literally were like, that only is in Tekken, and or like it's crazy.
So maybe you can't be a fighter, but maybe you know about weight cutting, because I did see a post about just like your weight transformation. I know you're not doing drastic weight cutting here, but this is kind of wild. Like, this is. By the way, for the record, the middle pick, I would be thrilled to have that middle pick. Just for the record, you say that as like the bad time. How difficult, now you're getting a little older, right? You're 45, you still look fantastic, but how difficult is this on the body to do this for roles?
It's tough. I can't imagine like fighters, like how many years they just shave off their life cutting that much. It just, what it does to your insides. And like, I mean, I don't even do it as fast as they do it. Like I can lose, I used to be able to lose weight like really quickly. I could fluctuate almost 25 to 30 pounds in 3 weeks. This cut was, I did a movie where I had to kind of do a dad bod sort of a thing. And fortunately or unfortunately, when I get fat, it kind of goes everywhere. I don't just get like a big belly or whatever. And I was I think in that middle photo, I was about 245. And then in the last photo, I was about 172.
Wow.
And that, yeah, it was a big cut. I only planned to get down to like 185. And then, I don't know, once you kind of get in a rhythm, and shooting is you can have a consistent life. My life in general isn't very consistent. And once you start, I was fasting from when I woke up to about 2 or 3 every day. And then I'd have 2, small meals of meat and vegetables. And that was sort of just my plan, and just light, long cardio. And it does, as soon as you get past like that second week, it gets easier when you don't have to like drop it fast. And I've only seen, Kung and certain other fighters that I'm sort of, I talk to a little bit, and like, or I've seen have to cut like quickly because, you're not in camp, like doing this long sort of like, well, I guess I haven't experienced one that, you're doing this long sort of cut where it's healthy, and then you don't bounce back. Most people just lose it right at the very end, and then they put it back on, put at least partially back on, fight night or day before the fight.
Right. And I'll let you go in a moment. Again, this has been great, and I really appreciate the time. I wanted to ask you about a story that we've been talking about here for the last week, and that's The Smashing Machine, the movie that Dwayne Johnson is in. And I guess, I don't really follow it to this level. I loved it. I loved the documentary. Mark Kerr's a legend. But I guess it didn't do great at the box office. And Dwayne posted something that I wanted to get your take on. He posted, in our storytelling world, you can't control box office results. But what I realized you can't control is your performance and your commitment to completely disappear and go elsewhere. And I will always run to that opportunity. It was my honor to transform in this role for my director, Benny Safdie. The truth is, this film has changed my life. And so do you understand what he is saying here? Because people are saying like, oh, this was a failure. But he's saying like, I didn't do it for the box office. Is that just Hollywood nonsense, or is there truth there in your opinion?
No, there's absolute truth there. Look, this is a game, right? Like this thing that we get to do. We have one of the best jobs on the planet. We get to play the highest stakes make-believe game in the world, essentially. And what I have learned is that, I've done movies where I've been like, oh, I want to do this movie because I think it's going to be successful. And, that was the intention. And then, if the movie isn't successful or the movie doesn't turn out well, like it's hard to make a movie, much less a good movie. A good movie is almost impossible to make. So what I've learned is the experience of doing the films, even if they never come out, even if they never make $1, you better have enjoyed that time of your life that you spent, and whatever sacrifices that you made, whether it was time away from your kids or your family or just we're privileged and lucky enough to, like The Rock is or Dwayne is and I am as well, to be able to pick our jobs and it is a real luxury and a privilege to be able to do that. But you still have to, it's still work and it still takes time and it's still hard at times. And I think that movie specifically, I think, is unfortunate that Taylor Swift came out with her thing on that weekend, and I think it was, it's kind of unfair. I don't care if you're even The Rock, like, Taylor's Taylor, and you're just not going to be able to like stop that thing. It's an unmovable object or something. Like it's a thing. I thought it was unfortunate. Also, I don't even look at it as a failure. Like I know I haven't even seen the movie yet, and I didn't even see the documentary. So I'm so excited to see it. I think this is such a good year of movies, by the way. Like, with the PTA movie with Leo, and I haven't seen any of these things because we've been doing press for this and traveling and whatnot. But I'm just so excited for movies this year, and I don't know. I'm excited to be a part of a really good movie, and even if our movie doesn't make money, I'll be so proud of it. Like I will be, because the process of making this movie with one of my favorite filmmakers changed me as a human, and ultimately, like, I got to meet somebody, meaning Jeffrey Manchester, that I think I learned from. I think his experiences, his mistakes. That's why I love movies. You get to watch people fall down. You get to watch people mess up. You get to watch people make irreversible decisions. And that's what's beautiful about movies. You get to project yourself into those things and have some sort of kernel of experience. And that's why I love stories in general. And so I think I learned a lot from this movie.
Last quick one, if I may. Magic Mike was great, but I love big sexy Kevin Nash in it. And I thought he was tremendous. What was it like? Any memories of working with him?
All of them. I so much. Me and Kevin. I mean, he's like a big brother or an uncle or something. I mean, we didn't have to write anything for him. He's one of the most. Have you had him on the show?
Never. He doesn't like to do a lot of media.
You should have him on the show. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. He's the most fascinating human. You think whatever your projection of Kevin Nash is, it will supersede your expectations. Like I remember the first day on Magic Mike 1, I hadn't really hung out with him very much other than meeting him, and I saw his audition tape or whatever, and obviously knew him from his whole career in the WWF, WWE, all of them, and the minute one where we go in and we're just sort of sitting in this back kitchen area and where all like the strippers get ready, and he's just casually in a conversation with Joe Manganiello about Marxism and Cubism and like all these isms that I had no idea how to even be in the conversation, and they're just like chopping it up about things that you would never guess that they even like would talk about or knew of, and he's just a fascinating dichotomy of like he truly is like a giant gladiator of our time, and then also just like a true Renaissance man or something. Like, I don't know how to explain it. He'll talk to you like till you're blue in the face about like some of the best wines he's ever had. I mean, he's just a fascinating person, and I love him to death. And he's just is unapologetically himself. He cannot not be himself, and I don't know. That's why I'll always cherish him.
Well, this has been great. Thank you so much for doing this. Really appreciate it. Congrats.
Thank you, man.
On a phenomenal career, on a great movie coming out this Friday called Roofman, and for at least one time, the women in my life caring about my show for 20 or so minutes. So thank you for giving me that gift. I appreciate it.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you very much, man.
All the best.
Yeah, please keep doing what you're doing. I'm such a fan.
Thank you, Channing. I appreciate it. There he is, the great, the legendary, the inimitable Channing Tatum. Movie comes out October the 10th. And it's great. It's a great story. It's a coming of age story. It's heartwarming, and it's a true story, and I love those as well. I do want to correct myself. He played Mark Schultz in Foxcatcher. Mark Schultz is still with us. Dave Schultz was obviously the one who passed away as a result of the actions depicted in that film with John DuPont. So I wanted to correct myself. The question still stands, obviously, about playing a real person as opposed to a fictional character. But I hate making mistakes, and I was fixated on that. So I was moving quickly there. My apologies to Mark Schultz and to anyone related to him. All right, still to come, Raven. We're going to talk about his upcoming documentary. And that is an amazing one as well. It comes out in just a few days' time, so we're very much in the movie scene. But it is always great to catch up with the head man over at Matchroom. Oh, yes, Frank. Thank you for reminding me, Frank. A lot going on in his world. 2 shows this coming weekend, this Saturday. One in Sheffield, one very close to us here in Philadelphia. Dave Allen in the UK, Boots Ennis over here stateside. Lot to talk to Eddie Hearn about. Let's say hello to him. Let's not keep him waiting any longer. There he is. It's rare that we have someone who is potentially better looking than Eddie Hearn on the program.
Who's that?
That was Channing Tatum. I mean, he's kind of a big deal, no?
It's 50-50.
Channing Tatum, you know who he is.
He's a very good looking guy.
He's a very good, but like back to back with you two, this is lovely.
Poor Channing.
Yeah. How are you? How are you?
I'm fantastic, Ariel.
It's so good to have you. I wasn't sure if you were ever going to come back on.
Of course, but I just noticed you had Frank Smith on.
Yes.
You had Sam Jones on.
I did, yes.
I mean, I kind of feel like it used to be a little bit more exclusive.
Okay, you felt like it was a bigger deal
Like
just
to get
to-
on Ariel, the
Sure.
Ariel Helwani Show was actually a massive thing.
Yes.
Now, you know, it's kind of like if I'm in New York,
So is that why you've been a little bit
low key.
Yeah.
No, not
reclusive?
Really. No. Yeah, I don't beg for it anymore.
Okay. Well, you're a Netflix star now.
This is also true.
This is
yeah.
life has
Channing
changed.
Tatum, Netflix
Yes.
star. You've started well, Ariel.
Has
you know,
life
yeah.
changed for you since the Netflix?
No, it's just I think what I've realised is boxing. I don't know if it's the same with MMA, but it's an incredibly toxic sport and environment. Do you know,
you just learned this?
No, I've
Okay.
learned it a lot over the years, but it's made me realise how much more I thought it was by people's response to the Netflix show, which was actually really pleasant.
Okay.
Because it's different. Like obviously boxing people watched it.
Yeah.
But the general audience, the casual sports fan or you know, they watched it and the response and the comments were actually quite nice. Like normally you open up social media and it's like, you know, you have to kind of like just take it for what it is. But this was like, I'll just say, really enjoyed the series, like your relationship with your dad.
Yeah.
Like I love the company, didn't really know about darts. You know, we're going to start following it now. And that was the real reason, away from, you know, ego, the real reason that we did the show is because of the success of Drive to Survive. I watched that show and I wrote to Box and I said,
wow.
you need to do one for boxing. If
You
thought-
wrote them specifically?
Yeah.
Wow.
If you think for me, this was like 4 years ago. It's actually around COVID time. And we were due a meeting and COVID happened and it kind of got backtracked. Then they came and they did a pilot for boxing. And whilst they did it, they spent a lot of time in the office with me and my dad and they went to some darts and they were like, we actually want to do it on Matchroom. Like, so kind of, I call it Drive to Survive meets Succession.
Yeah.
Because you've got the intrinsic relationship of kind of father-son family business, and then you've got the sports world. And, you know, I think boxing, also people don't realise the size of our company and also the value of darts. Like when you say to people that darts is twice the size of boxing in terms of our business, people just can't understand it. And, you know, that goes to show you boxing, there's such noise in boxing, but as a business, you know, it's sometimes not as solid as something like darts, where kind of like we have that ownership of the sport rather than just we're a promoter within it. So yeah, it's been really pleasant. The numbers were great. It's top 10 most liked shows on Netflix right now. It's in the top 5 for a couple of weeks. Millions audience around the world, and that's good for us as well. Like there's a method to it. It wasn't just,
Of course, yeah.
you know. And
Will there be a second season?
I think it's inevitable. Yeah,
Wow.
I think.
Are they filming already?
No, we're
Okay.
not filming it like that. No.
Yeah.
That was the hard thing about. I think, to be honest, I will embrace it a lot more in the second series because it was a pain. Like they're very good at what they do, but they're everywhere, and you're mic'd all the time. So you know when you're getting ready for a show, they're in the room. You go to the show, you go to the weigh-in, the press conference, you're mic'd. They're there. You finish the show, you drive home, they're in the car with you. And it's like, after a while, especially like when AJ loses or something like that, and the guy's going, do you mind if I just jump in with you? And I'm like, honestly, mate, not. But they're very good at finding their way in.
Okay. Did
But
you
they're-
ever say no?
I
you ever
didn't. No,
Really?
not really. But I just feel like there are a
Talk to
couple
your
of
dad about like he's
yeah,
ill. He's
but
ill at one
we're a
point.
strange family. Like, I mean, look, even my dad says in the show, like, my son's my project.
Yeah.
Right. And for a lot of people, that's really difficult to kind of understand. But that's just our family. That's how it's always been. And my dad he's not a normal guy. I mean, he wouldn't have achieved what he's achieved if he was a normal guy.
Right.
And people that do spectacular things are a little bit out there, and they're not like normal people. And he's kind of raised me to be like like him, which is good in some ways and not so good in other ways, because he's I'm cold, he's ice cold. So but that's just the way that he's always been throughout his life. And I think people see that he lapped it up. He lapped it up.
Oh yeah, no, he was great.
I've had so many messages about my dad. Your dad is a legend. I'm saying, like, a lot of the time you're so busy, you're filming this stuff, and you're not really playing up to the camera because you kind of forget it's there. Whereas him, he'd come in and he's like, "Let me tell you something, son." I'm like, "Dad, come on." Like, so he enjoyed it a lot.
It's brilliant. If anyone hasn't seen it, I highly recommend it. Okay, you had a bit of a quiet stretch last couple of weeks, and now you come back with 2 shows on the same day. Now I have to say, I understand Boots is big for the business, but there's a part of me that's actually a little disappointed you're not with Dave Allen.
Yeah.
Because the dynamic between you two is very fun. I don't know if you know who Mick Foley is. Mick Foley is the pro wrestler who was sort of like the everyman. Mm-hmm. He didn't look like a superstar. And Dave Allen might be like one of my favorite characters in combat right now, just because of the way he conducts himself. Why did you choose Boots over Dave?
It was a decision that was made quite a long time ago. I have to be honest, Boots is the future of our business in America. I mean, a huge part of it. And 2026 will see us taking a whole new dynamic stroke level to the American market. And, Dave is Dave. I love him. We don't know what the future holds, right? He could lose on Saturday, being brutally honest. He could win and go on and fight Wilder or whatever. But longer term, the future for Dave is probably quite... So just the bigger picture of, Boots as where I think he's going to be in 2026. Don't forget the guy's 28 years of age. I mean, he's 10 years younger than Terence Crawford. I mean, and I believe he's going to be a multi-division world champion. I actually believe he's going to be pound for pound number 1.
Wow.
So I kind of had to, and I love Boots as well, and I kind of had to just use the head a little bit rather than just the heart. I hate doing 2 shows on the same night. Hate it.
Why'd you do it?
Because the venue in Philadelphia the availability landed the same time. Then DAZN quite liked the idea of a mega night of boxing across the Atlantic. And, jokes aside about Mr. Smith, I can't do this forever. And like, if we go to where I need to and want to go, we are going to have shows on the same night in different countries. So it's good for Frank to be leading the helm. He's doing a great job and, being part of a massive show like that. But I will be watching it like a hawk because I can't wait for the fight. I mean, you talk about Mick Foley, like every now and again, someone comes along that just completely captures the imagination of the general public. And that is Dave Allen. Dave Allen was out on his arse, Ariel, 2 years ago, like not even in the game. We were joking. We're going to have we have probably close to 9,000 in there on Saturday, which is one of the biggest shows ever in Sheffield Arena, boxing show. One of the biggest shows I've ever done. He's sold nearly 2,000 tickets just out of his own hand, like from people messaging him, right? He said 2 years ago, I fought in Sheffield. I sold 23 tickets.
Wow.
The turnaround is quite phenomenal. And he's the working class hero. He's the guy that is so honest and down to earth. He's on Instagram Live. He's like, last night, I did the face-to-face. He's a big lump. He goes, I hope I don't get flattened. And so he's just, he speaks from the heart. Yeah. People love him. And I was saying today, I actually think DAZN are going to do really big numbers with him on Saturday. The ticket sales are phenomenal. If he wins on Saturday and does it well, he actually becomes quite a powerful player in the heavyweight landscape. I'm not saying he's going to go and beat Alexander Usyk, but you can start putting his name in the hat for basically everybody but Usyk.
Yeah.
People, would you ever put him with AJ? I mean, who knows? I mean, Chisora, yes. Wilder, absolutely. Even guys like Talma, it's a very tough fight, but Dave's a serious guy. He's going to get the call for all those fights. Hrgovic, yes, please. Kabayel, Zhang. Like, there's literally 10 fights. And all I want for Dave Allen is I want him to get... We had a little bit of a standing joke where his dream was to get an ensuite, right? Do you know what that is?
That is like when
your own bathroom.
Your own bathroom, okay.
In your bedroom.
Okay.
Right? Because he said, I'm sick and tired of going downstairs for a piss in the night, right? So he wanted his own ensuite.
Okay.
So after the last fight and the one before, he bought a new house.
Oh.
He's got an ensuite. So he's on social media and he's like, watch this, everybody. And he sort of gets out of bed and walks to his own toilet. I want Dave to have one of those, the houses that are so big that you've got the intercom and the electric gates. And I just want to see him walking around, in his tracksuit bottoms and T-shirt and his Crocs with his kids in the garden, just going, I can't believe what happened to me.
I made it.
Because that, for me, is sometimes far better than any legacy or any belts. And to one day turn up, if I'm up there around Sheffield, just buzz on the electric gates and go, Dave, it's Eddie, let us in. And just to see him open that big door with a smile on his face and go, I made it. That for me is why we're in the game. And when it happens to someone like Dave, it's so rare in boxing. So rare. So we should embrace it. And Saturday's not going to be easy for him. I mean, it's a real 50-50. But if he can hang in there, I think he stops him. And if he does, not just the arena, but the country will go nuts for him. Because like I said, he's just a real down-to-earth working class hero.
In this day and age where it feels like athletes are very sort of removed and hard to relate to, he's like a Cinderella man. And even like the face-to-face that they had that you guys posted.
But we said to him, we always say to the fighters, and I'd never say push him or do this, but like a little bit of interaction in the face-off is great, right?
Tremendous.
And we said, I think someone said today, because I said yesterday, Lehman's quite fired up for the Boots fight, so he might be a bit in the face-to-face. I said, great. And someone said, yeah, I spoke to Dave, see if he'd give us a bit of good content, but Dave's Dave. And then next thing, he's like, hello, nice to meet you. Started speaking French and German. But that's Dave, You should never, and you can never take that out of him because that's Dave Allen. But what he is, he's a very tough man. And he's actually a lot more talented than people give him credit for. I mean, Johnny Fisher was a bit unlucky that Dave kind of turned it all around and started taking it seriously, because otherwise he would have beat him quite comfortably. But this Dave Allen, he's a very tough man, but Makhmudov's a different kind of monster. I mean, for 3 or 4 rounds, it'll be horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. But if he comes through, he'll knock him out.
Did you like the underwear shots?
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Again,
But that makes him lovable.
Yeah.
The fact that he's willing to do that. Yeah.
One of the greatest things in life is to not care.
Yeah.
Like, as in, he has absolutely no regard for what people think of him. Right? He's more than happy to go out there and do an underwear shoot with a big belly, right? And by the way, the belly's pretty much gone now.
It's crazy, yeah.
But that's just Dave, and that's what makes him what he is. I've sat with Dave Allen. I've had a dozen conversations where I've just, you're just wasting your life and wasting your career. And the turnaround is phenomenal. Because like I said to you, he was done. He was done. He was fighting on small hall shows for $500.
Wow.
Over 6 rounds. Like just to, because boxing's what I do. Now, he's had 3 paydays that are, close to 7 figures, combined. And now, if he wins this, I said to him, you'll get the 7-figure payday next time out, maybe even more. And that's the one that changes your life forever. Because like I said, with Boots and Dave, it's 2 very different. With Dave, I'm not looking at Dave to become world heavyweight champion. I'm just looking at Dave to live a great life. That's it. I'm looking at Boots to secure a legacy within the sport and be one of the greatest fighters of our generation. That's how good this young man is. So he
needs that big fight, though.
Well, he does, but look,
when
let's
is it?
just look.
Is it the next one?
He just fought the best fighter in his division in Stanionis.
Sure.
Right? And he battered him. And he's number 2. Boots
he looked
was
great.
number 1. Now, what he asked for and what I think is the right thing to do is give me a top 10 guy. And by the way, this Lima is very, very tough. You'll see on Saturday. He's a good fighter. And then put me in with whoever you want. I spoke to Eric Gomez yesterday from Golden Boy. We had a meeting, me, Oscar, Eric Gomez, and all of DAZN. We agreed terms for Ennis against Ortiz. We went away. We signed our contract based on those terms with Ennis. So we're in. And Eric called me yesterday, said, look, just wanted to let you know, we've got Lubin coming up, which is a good fight in a couple of weeks. After that, let's get it done. And I believe they'll be true to... Oscar wants to make great fights as well. Ennis against Ortiz, one of the best. But I'm telling you now, Ortiz, Fundora, Mertzalayev, Zayas, he goes through them like a butter through knife. And I mean, I mean
Ortiz is good. I mean, these are big fights. I just want to see him in these
we'll
fights
see it
now.
because I can't sit here and preach that he's the next pound for pound number one in the sport unless we go through those guys. So we did it at welterweight. It's done now. Like what you're about to see on Saturday is something completely different from Boots. At 147, he was physically depleted, and he was still icing the best in the division. This guy, for me, he's the next Crawford. And what I want to do is I want him to have this fight look great, fight Ortiz, fight a Fundora, whoever. Then we want Crawford. When Crawford's ready to come back, and he'll only come back for massive money, and he's the man right now. So we have to get ourselves in a position where people go, wow. But I'm telling you now, Boots against Crawford is just, you're talking about
it's gigantic.
That for me. But I've got to back up the resume with everything that I've been talking about, and we will.
Congrats on Ben Whittaker.
Thank you.
Think the world of him. You told us a couple of weeks ago, you said you thought you had him when he first turned pro, and then 11th hour, he went in a different direction. The video was great. Your acting chop's not bad. Between this one and the brand one with Frank from a few months ago, honestly, though, how difficult was it? Because I would imagine every promoter under the sun was trying to sign him.
You know, a lot of people don't know, but we agreed terms with Ben Whittaker 3 years ago. We filmed a promo with him.
Wow.
Whilst the lawyers were tying up the contract, literally with a few minor bits and pieces. We filmed the promo. We've still got it.
We should
actually get it funny. And then one day later, they came back and they said, look, Boxer have just come up with this money that we can't and he's going to take it. He can't not take it. And we're like, what? We've just filmed the promo. And I was gutted for a long time because, see, with Ben Whittaker, people see the showmanship. People see the viral clips, the Instagram numbers. They don't realise that for the last 8 years, this guy's been one of the best on the amateur scene. Like, everybody knows Rob McCracken, all those guys in the GB setup. He was phenomenal. You know, he was an Olympic silver medalist, and he was devastated to win silver. Devastated. Like most people thought he'd win gold. I'm not signing Ben Whittaker just because he's a huge name and he's got a huge social media following. I'm signing him to become world champion at light heavyweight and to be in those kind of fights. Of course, Callum, Yard, Buatsi, but beyond that's the ability of this man. This isn't like a social media sensation. This is an elite fighter. So for 2 or 3 years, I'm watching him, and every time he does his stuff, and I'm like, you know, even my kids, my eldest daughter, she talks about Ben Whittaker. She doesn't even follow boxing. Have you got that Ben Whittaker? I'm like, nearly. But
story.
So then, you know, and I always say, like, you know, until a fighter becomes available, it's all hearsay. And when we got the call from his lawyers to say, we're ready, you know, we're free, so a few weeks ago or months or whatever it was, we made a play. It wasn't cheap. But I believe in him. And when I look at stars within certain markets, he's right up there.
Yeah.
He gets it. But what I'm saying is he gets it commercially. He's done a great job self-promoting. His social media numbers are insane. But me being the boxing fanatic, I'm signing him for what I believe he can be as a fighter. And that is an elite world champion. And if we get it right, you know, I have quite a quick turnaround here. We need to get him a little bit active. I want to bring him over here to fight over here as well. If we get it right and we build him in the right way, Andy Lee's in the corner. I think he's got the perfect setup now. If he can deliver what I think he can in the ring, with the profile, with the swag, you know. I mean, Alex Haynes is, as you know, one of the best content guys in the world.
One of?
I say but yeah, I've got to be careful.
Capital T. Is he in here?
No.
Yeah.
The Show Me the Money clip was actually Ben's idea.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Alex put it together brilliantly.
Yeah.
But that was, and the way that he delivered it, that was him. Like, it was one take.
Job, yeah.
He's a showman, you know. And
when's the debut?
It's going to be end of November. We'll be announcing a new show shortly. But
UK?
Yeah. Just a quick, we need to get him out quickly. I don't want to wait till next year.
Name opponent or?
Yeah, good. We're looking for a top 15 guy in the world. I mean, you know, Ben's been very inactive. He's still not really had that many fights at any kind of level, if I'm honest. And I'm looking for 2 to 3 fights quickly, you know, amongst that kind of world level. And then we start pushing him in with the names that I said. You know, I mean, I like, you know, Willie Hutchinson, those kind of guys. But, you know, Buatsi, Yard, obviously Callum's our guy as well. But, you know, those kind of fights, if those guys aren't winning world titles, there's some big fights out there to be made. And You know this guy's going to put bums on seats. Everyone's got an opinion of him. Love, hate, he don't care. It's a massive coup.
There's this fascinating thing going on in boxing because I think boxing is doing great and we see everything happening in Netflix. But boxer, they're losing guys like Ben Whitaker. Top Rank still doesn't have a TV deal here in the United States and worldwide. PBC feels like a little on and off. I know they have a show coming up with Keith Thurman and Fundora and all that stuff. What do you make of the state of your competition? And you may give me the line that Dana White likes to say is like, I compete against the movies, I compete against the NFL, and I get that, you're entertainment. But the state of the competition right now feels...
I compete against other promoters, and I compete against the boxing industry. That's what I compete against. And we can bluff ourselves and say, we're not movies, we're not NFL, we're not NBA, we're boxing. So maybe this interview a few years ago, I would have told you we are poised to dominate boxing globally, which we've been doing, but dominate it in the markets that count, particularly the US. Like if you look right now, our stable, our TV deal, the momentum that we have, maybe the Netflix show, maybe our position within the Middle East, maybe our position as a business, who else is primed to make the play in US boxing like us? The knowledgeable me, and that, dare I say, humble me, just knows that anything can happen. So we're not taking our eyes off the ball. We know that our roster, our fighters, are unbelievably placed to be active, to be paid well, and to be maneuvered into world championship positions. Our competitors either don't have TV deals or don't have a TV deal like us. So we're in a fantastic position. But the goading, which I've done in the past, is a thing of the past. I'm actually looking to work with those guys to make great fights. Everything's changed now. We've got a new force in the world of boxing, and we're going in a completely different direction. And to do that, I need to make the greatest fights in the sport with the help of other people. Not
Who's
just
the new force?
Dana White, TKO.
Okay. I thought at first you were talking about Turkey, but you mean...
No, Turkey is a force, but Turkey's very smart. Turkey's never going to not work with everybody, in my opinion. And I love the way he does it. Look at Boxer in their position, you say, they're not in a very good position. He comes in, goes, you know what, I'll give you a sponsorship deal. Because that's the kind of thing that he does. He wants everybody to have a little bit of bread in their mouth, and he wants to support the industry. It's quite rare, to be honest with you. Other people aren't like that. So, in the position that we're in now, with the zone, with the success of their platform, with the budget, in my mind, it's a straight race with me and Dana for boxing, right? And I've never been so excited. Like, do you know, like, and I heard him say the other day, Eddie's gone all Oscar de la Hoya. I thought it was a bizarre comment.
Let's talk about this.
I thought it was really bizarre. Like, if you listen to what I say about Dana, you'll never hear me speak negatively about him. He's been very good to me. I really respect him. But you have to understand that my life is the sport of boxing and our company. When you say publicly that you're coming into the sport and you're going to dominate the sport and you're going to be CEO of boxing and what do you want me to do? Roll over and let you tickle my belly? No. And when you come out and you say, people like Eddie Hearn, they don't really have the vision.
They don't think big.
Think big. I mean, if I've ever been accused of many things, that's one thing I've never been accused of. And all that does is it puts a fire in my belly. But I need that fire. I live for that shit, And I can't wait to take him on. I've actually, I've looked at him before in the past thinking, God, he's really good at what he does. What a great business TKO is. Imagine competing with them. Now we're competitors. So all these people on our side, because you've got the new wave here, right? You've got this Zuffer belt. You've got, we're going to make build
I believe
a new
you referred
ring.
to it as a Mickey Mouse belt.
Yeah, but look, I mean, I've had those conversations before. The reality is, no fighter with any ambition wants to fight for a Zuffer boxing belt. I'm sorry. It will just be fighters that really have a great opportunity to make some money and be part of something, or someone that's sold out within the sport and just wants to take the money. You ask any young fighter, and I have my differences with the WBC and all the governing bodies. If we didn't have our differences, we'd be doing something wrong. Let me tell you something now. The WBC is a legacy, and it is part of the absolute history of the sport of boxing. You know the fighters that have had that belt around their waist? I mean, these are heroes. These are trailblazers. These are some of the greatest names in sporting history that young fighters look at those pictures and say, I want to win the WBC title. You think that if I tried to convince my guys, yeah, guys, we're going to create a Matchroom belt now? They'd tell me, no, I don't want to fight. I want to win the WBC world title, the WBA, the WBO, the IBF. We moan about the politics, and rightfully so. Sometimes they make some bad decisions, but you cannot underestimate the history and the legacy of those belts. And for me now, I'm doubling down, right? I'm all about the belts. The Ring Magazine belt, unbelievable. Even before Turkey got involved, I said, that's the belt with no politics, an independent ranking system, no sanction fees. So that's a big part of what we do. But I'm doubling down on the belts.
What's that mean?
It means I want to see my guys win world championships, create history and legacy in a sport. I don't want a new belt. I don't want to change the ring. I don't want a funky canvas cover. I'm going boxing. This is in my blood. This is in my heart, the sport of boxing. The greatest sport, in my opinion, in the world. The drama, the glory, the pain of defeat, the stories, everything. And I want to follow into the traditions and greatness of the sport. So we all need to come together, and we're always going to argue, us and Bob and Oscar, but we need to make great fights. So rather than me coming in and saying, yeah, my broadcast position, PBC top rank, no. We want to forge stronger relationships with those people so we can make bigger fights together. We can work together on DAZN. We can work together on other platforms. But when we come out firing in 2026, I want the fight fans to go, wow, look at that schedule. And what we're building at the moment, but Dana coming in is actually brilliant for the sport, because what it does is it just rattles and rallies everybody up. So right now he comes out and he says that. Now when he says it, my blood's not pumping around my body, and I'm not, but I'm going, yeah, let's go.
Is it personal?
No, because I don't feel
How
that way.
can it not be personal? This is your life's work. It's your family's life work.
But it's not like, Dana's not an idiot. He knows I'm for real. Now, he's arrogant enough, as I am, and egotistical enough, as I am, to go, in my opinion, I'm going to spank him in boxing, right? In my opinion, he can't lace my boots in boxing. But maybe I'm deluded. And maybe I'm so arrogant and egotistical that I'm going to get it wrong. But that's what I truly believe. When I see him at the press conference, it's like, look, there's loads of talk about me going into MMA. The reality is, can I be a success? Yes. Is it in my heart? Not at the moment, right? Maybe it finds a way into my heart.
Have you considered it?
Yeah, there's loads of everyone. Right now in boxing, it's this perception of Eddie v. Dana. And people want me to make that play in MMA on a big business level. And it's a great story. But the reality is, in MMA, Dana is so passionate about the UFC and about the fights that when he stands up and goes, what's up everybody? And he does this, that's from here, right? It's not from here. And it's not from, oh, tell me who's fighting again. He just knows, he just gets it. When he's talking about the undercard of Crawford against Canelo and he's reading off a bit of paper, it's just not the same. You see, and that's like me in boxing. But they are an unbelievably powerful organisation. They're an incredibly smart organisation. And I'm also not an idiot to think they're just going to come in and, it's not going to be a success. I'm sure what they're going to do is a success, but I feel like it gives me the opportunity to double down for boxing, right? And I really feel like we can get the support of the boxing fans. And I think with the schedule that we're going to put together, I'm just excited. I'm always motivated. But when he says things like that, again,
when's the last time you spoke to him?
Not for a while, actually. Maybe a few months.
There's not been any conversations.
I don't think he was happy with my comments and my interviews. But as far as I'm concerned, when I listen to him back, I give him all the credit in the world. You just can't expect to, you know, if I turn around today and started speaking to the media saying, I'm going into MMA and I'm going to take over MMA and I'm going to be the new boss of MMA, I'd expect him to give an interview and go,
Yeah.
who's this tosser? So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if it's going to be Eddie v. Dana, like even when I say that, I can't tell you the excitement, because you want to test yourself against the best. He's the best. You know, he's the best MMA promoter in the world, one of the greatest fight sports promoters of all the world, in the world, and I'm going to take him on in boxing. How good's that? Little old me from Essex. Have you seen the Netflix series? See where we come from? We're just from over there, and we're taking on the world.
What do you think of his Paramount deal?
It's very, like, again, these people, Ariel, they're unbelievably influential and powerful. Tico's a great business. Nick Khan, Mark Shapiro, they're really bright guys. But there's just a difference to knowing it and feeling it and living it and loving it to maybe this is a good move for the business.
There seems to be some sort of sentiment like, hey, like as you said, these guys are trying to change the sport, change the structure. And then when he's asked by CBS Sports like about the Ali Act, he says, no, we're not trying to change anything. And ultimately, you could choose to fight under the old Ali Act or our version of the Ali Act. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, you would know better than I don't think it works that way, right? You can't pick and choose what terms to fight under here in the United States.
Who knows how they can manipulate a system? The reality is this. The problem with the Ali Act for them is you have to disclose to the fighters the revenue of the show, particularly from the broadcaster.
Do you think that's what this is all about?
I mean, I think there's many different facets,
Okay.
but that is a major problem because they will be receiving a significant rights fee deal from Paramount. And when you look at what they're paying the talent, especially if you're in a league format, and I know the guys they've signed, they're getting 50 grand, 100 grand. I mean, like this kind of level, right? And when you're making millions in a rights fee deal and the talent is getting such a small percentage, that's going to cause a problem. That's why you imagine that if the MMA fighters, the UFC fighters could see in black and white on fight week the revenue that the UFC were making from the show, and then you turn around and go, I'm getting how much? And they've got a bigger problem because if they want to play in the big boy leagues of boxing, which I think they will at times, they're going to have to pay the fighters purses that, quite frankly, commercially, as we all know, because we all do it, are the wrong number for the fight. But you're going to have a situation where a boxer is making 3 or 4 times more than the main event on the UFC card, and the revenue is more for the UFC card than it is for the boxing. Do you know what I mean? And they can't afford for the talent to see the numbers. That's the truth of the situation. Because as we always say, you know, when we look at a P&L, 60, 70, sometimes 80% of that P&L, of the revenue, is going to the fighters. But in MMA, I think it's probably more like 20 or 30%. And you know better than me, if you've got a guy who's on an undercard, who's making $2 million, who you've never even heard of, and this main event UFC guy's making $1 million, doesn't the UFC guy go, I don't quite understand what's happening here. So I think it's a greater threat potentially to the UFC business, you know, and how seriously they want to, how much time and attention they're going to actually put into boxing, because boxing is something that's unbelievably draining and requires 24/7 attention, as I've said before on this show, sleeping with your eye open. And I don't think they're going to be about that life.
One thing that I found was interesting, when they signed the UFC Paramount deal, we found out what the terms were. They were released. When they signed their WWE deals, we found out what the terms were. Those sports don't have a structure in place in which a fighter could say, wait a second, you're getting this much, I need to partake in X amount. Boxing does. And guess what? As we sit here today, we don't know what the terms are for the Paramount deal. Coincidence?
Yeah, you won't do, because, you know, like any manager within boxing, the first question they might ask me is how much you're getting from the zone for the fight. And sometimes, a lot of the time, as you know with AJ, the way we do that, it's open book, because we're not afraid to show you the model and how much revenue we disperse to a fighter and to the undercard, because we have to do it anyway over here under the Muhammad Ali Act, you know? So if I'm a manager and I'm saying, because in boxing, you think that you would do a pay-per-view show and your main event, and you turn around and you go, yeah, and you have no interest in seeing the actual revenue of the show. They don't. Under the UFC model, you're pretty much told what to do, aren't you? I mean, this is what you're getting. See you there. What time does the UFC fighter go, hang on a minute, how much money is in the pot here? You kind of need me, don't you? I mean, I'm the talent. Without me, do you even have a show? Yeah, maybe you can put someone else on. But I've just sold this arena out. I'm just racking you up 400,000 or 500,000 pay-per-view buys. I'd like to actually see, that's when we get a fighter of that size and magnitude, like Anthony Joshua, we'll go, you own the show. So you imagine you said to a star in the UFC, right, it's your show. And we're going to have open book, and you're going to take 80% of the profit of the show, and we take 20%. Imagine how much the UFC fighters would be making. 5, 6, 7 times more than they're making at the moment. And this conversation probably isn't making me that popular, but that's the truth of the situation. The UFC guys are fighting without any understanding of how much revenue's in the pot. And these guys don't care because, and by the way, it's their business. They can do what they want. If they can get away with that model, good luck to them. But in that model where it's a league or it's a contender series and the guys are getting 50 if you win this fight and 100 and then 200, it's peanuts. How much are they getting from Paramount? If it's multi-million dollars per show for the rights fee, which it probably will be, the profit is unbelievable. And that probably won't work in boxing. But I don't necessarily think this contender series and undefeated fighters and guys that will fight anyone, with all due respect, it's kind of been done before.
Have they come after any of your fighters recently? Like even a Ben Whitaker, are you
No,
going
I don't
up
think they want that.
even lower?
No, but I mean, I think Ben's expensive. They would look at a Ben Whitaker and think, my God, that's a lot of money. Because don't forget, they're probably also thinking about their UFC wages and going, well, in UFC, this guy's main eventing for that kind of money, and we're doing a massive gate, and we've got pay-per-view. So I think their model will be the league, the content, whatever they want to call it, and then I think they'll delve in to some big shows during the year.
Like what we just saw with Crawford and Canelo.
That wasn't
but who's
a show. See, I don't think the reality is, I don't know the numbers, but there was probably a loss on that show because of the deal that Turkey did with Canelo and Crawford, and he really looks after the fighters and the costs involved in a Saudi Riyadh season show. Maybe not, but there's a very good chance they won't want to get involved in a fight like that with a risk like that with the potential of making a loss. Every big fight we do runs the risk of making a loss. That's just boxing. You just hope that the numbers, are good enough and solid enough at the end that it's a profitable game. And, the bigger you get, the less chances you have to take in that respect. So don't forget, and I keep saying, he came out and he went, I've done the biggest shows in boxing. Crawford, that wasn't a Dana White show. That was the brainchild of, that was the vision of, and that was funded by Turki Al-Sheikh. Now, if you want to say Mayweather against Conor was one of the biggest fights of all time, do me a favour. It was a bloke making his debut. I mean, don't get me wrong, the numbers were great, but again, that's where I'm saying where we're going, And I've since the interviews and all that kind of stuff, it's just given me just had a greater spring in my step. So I'm excited, and we might lose. You're looking at me going, you ain't losing it.
No, I'm enjoying seeing this competitive side of you come out.
For years.
When you talk with Turkey, does this come up?
He loves it.
I'm sure he does.
He loves it. Listen, I've been talking to Turkey about MMA.
Tell us about this MMA stuff.
No, but it's just
Does he want you to go into MMA? Because I think maybe he enjoys. Right? He enjoys.
Can we swear on here?
Absolutely.
He loves the fuckery.
Yeah.
Turkey Al-Sheikh. He's not come to me and told me to go into MMA, but
wouldn't it be fun?
I mean,
are you considering this?
Put it this way: if I'm an MMA business right now,
yeah,
it's a hell of a story, right?
It is. It is. Is this something you're considering?
I mean,
By the way, Europe is wide open right now. There's nothing going on, and there's so much talent there, and it's so popular.
I feel like I could have a huge influence and a huge presence in MMA with the way that I promote.
What's
But
stopping you?
just time. And I don't want to, we've got a massive opportunity in boxing right now. As I said, I really feel
Sure.
like when you break it down like you did, it doesn't take a genius to realise the position that Matchroom are in. And I got to get it right. But I too love the fuckery. And that announcement would be fun, wouldn't it?
Oh my gosh.
But listen, anything could happen. Anything could happen.
Coming in 2026, Matchroom MMA.
Well, look, now you're going to start,
No, what?
I don't know.
You've
but-
opened the door.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that it would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. It would.
I mean, you imagine a press conference where I turn out and say, you're going to take over boxing? You're coming for me in boxing?
Yeah.
Guess what? I'm coming for you in MMA, baby. But that's things like that are actually, some people take that personally. Some people realise how good that actually is for the sport. Like Dana coming into boxing, I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's great for boxing. It is great for boxing. The product they might do, maybe fight fans don't like, but it's like Jake Paul. You can't say that Jake Paul isn't good for boxing. He is. And he's not a YouTuber anymore. He's a fighter that's just doing things differently. It's all part of the ecosystem of boxing. Jake brought Netflix in originally. I mean, that's the reality of the Mike Tyson fight. Now they do Canelo Crawford. Now they're doing Jake against Tank. Who knows what they're going to do in the future? With them making that investment, DAZN start doubling down a little bit. We've got to make sure our schedule's better than ever. You understand? So it's actually, it's all good. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why is Dana White coming into boxing? Because it's red hot. That's why. And there's money to be made. So, we're in a great time for boxing.
Where do we stand with Chris Eubank Jr.? You were very, it seemed, bothered by some of the comments, insinuations that he made, accusations. Yeah. Are you exploring legal action towards him?
Yeah, I mean, look, firstly, for some reason, Chris doesn't really particularly like me at all. I don't mind the guy. I think he's a little bit odd at times, but I respect him, especially after the first fight. I mean, what they both did in that fight was phenomenal. But you can have backwards and forwards and you can stop talking to me at press conference, stuff like that. When you tell me that we, or I, or Matchroom, stopped your ambulance from going to the hospital to deliberately delay, I actually couldn't believe what I was hearing. If you watch it back, he said it and I went, can you just say that again? I can't. And then he doubles down in an interview with Kugan Cassius and he's saying, if it was more serious, someone could lose their life in that situation. That for me is not a joke. And maybe in his head, he really feels that is true. I don't believe so. But we've written to them to say, here's exactly what happened. Everything's logged when in a situation like that. Here's the report from Tottenham. Here's the report from the paramedic. Here's the report for the British Boxing Board of Control. Now, we believe it's defamation, but at the same time, no problem. You just have to say, I got it wrong. The stubbornness actually go, I'm not apologising. Okay. And then you're in this tug of war at that point. What do? Do you move forward but it's something that just bothers me. And some people, people that don't fight for anything, people that actually don't have fire in their heart go, oh, does it matter? Yeah, it does matter. It really matters to me. And if it didn't matter to me, I wouldn't bother because I'm not really like that. You have to really say something that's bang out of order for me to have that kind of reaction. Because over the years, I've just let so much bounce off me. So much bullshit you read. It's just like, whatever. But then someone says something like that and you go, no, I'm not having that. We haven't worked for 40 years to develop a reputation in the business where you accuse me of stopping an ambulance from leaving to make a fighter get seen to in hospital. Please find that unbelievably disrespectful. So, yeah, that's what we're in. And maybe he'll have the not even the sense, just the kind of, just have enough about him to go, oh, fair enough. I still think you're a tosser, Hearn, but I got that one wrong.
That's pay-per-view, right?
Yes.
Over the summer, I remember the announcement, we're going to get rid of pay-per-view on DAZN. But there have been several pay-per-views.
I believe that was an announcement from Turki Al-Sheikh.
And I saw Shai there, the CEO of the company.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is, we've been here before.
Yes, right? We have.
I mean, and for me, pay-per-view is an absolute necessity within the sport, it's just what's pay-per-view, right? Don't forget, when DAZN came into the marketplace, it was a product built on subscription, not on pay-per-view. But they didn't have Canelo Alvarez. And what happened was, originally, the plan for DAZN was never pay-per-view. Then John Skipper sits down with Canelo Alvarez, and Canelo Alvarez says, right, I want 35 million a fight, or 30 million a fight, or whatever it's going to be. And you look at the business and you go, that's actually impossible if we don't do pay-per-view. But guess what? We got a chance to get Canelo here, but we're going to have to do pay-per-view. That's really what happened. And now I just feel like, and I've said this for a while, I just feel like there's too much pay-per-view.
Sure.
And I think what's happened with His Excellency is he's probably looked at the pay-per-view numbers and gone, I think it's more beneficial to get a bigger audience.
Absolutely.
You know, because the revenue for him might not be as important. So actually, what if we make that part of the subscription, or we make a subscription package where we get a bigger audience watching the product, which is very, very important. But then you do a fight that will do 500,000 buys, like Eubank Ben. That, of course.
Eubank Ben in America, in my opinion, shouldn't be pay-per-view.
Yeah, I mean, that's a separate conversation about the mechanics with DAZN, as in what's pay-per-view in what market.
Right.
We used to get a lot of criticism when I was at Sky because you'd do a UK fight on pay-per-view and free on in America. That was at a time where there was no DAZN. So I could do Anthony Joshua against Vladimir Klitschko for £25, but in America you can watch it on Showtime or HBO. And the UK fans going, what? How does this work? Why am I paying for it, but you're not paying for it in America? It's actually quite bizarre.
That's what we do here with UFC, by the way.
Yeah.
UFC's on pay-per-view here. You don't have to pay for it on TNT Sports in the UK. So I just think that there's certain fights for certain markets that shouldn't be pay-per-view.
Agree, because sometimes
Joseph Parker versus
Fabio Wardley
isn't a pay-per-view fight in America.
Of course.
Do you agree?
100%. Yeah.
It's a great fight.
I agree.
But how do you grow the sport and these fighters and these names if they're behind the paywall of the paywall?
Yeah.
There's two paywalls.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
So how do we fix this?
I think
UFC's now getting rid of pay-per-view. So why don't we just get rid of it, all of it?
Because you can't, because the fights can't get made. You know, for the same reason we talked about earlier with the fighter purses and the distribution of purses, the rights fees don't exist to cover the pay-per-view revenue. So you've got a choice as a broadcaster and a platform. We do that fight on pay-per-view, or we just don't do it. And I would much rather work with a broadcaster that has the facility and the ability to run a pay-per-view model. Look at Ben Eubank. If there was no pay-per-view on DAZN, we wouldn't be able to do Ben Eubank on DAZN. And we'd have to let that fight go. So for me, fewer pay-per-views, but the ability to have the pay-per-view model to create the revenue needed for said super fights. That's it. And there are a lot of fights that simply aren't pay-per-view that land on pay-per-view. And I think probably His Excellency's looked at the ring cards like maybe Belanga, Shiraz and Shakur, and the time the numbers have been spat out, maybe there's a better model if you're only achieving a certain amount of revenue. But if you're banking 500,000 buys, you can't expect the broadcaster to pay the same revenue as a rights fee for a show like that.
Right.
So I think the bigger problem is too many pay-per-views versus pay-per-view in general. But we are quite a bizarre sport because away from boxing and UFC, what is pay-per-view? I mean, you've got the biggest sports in the world. There's no pay-per-view.
So, yeah.
So it's just the history of the sport.
Okay, I'll let you go in 3 minutes. Can I hit you some quick ones? Because Shakur Stevenson, coming back to Matchroom or not?
I don't know. I mean, I think depends on the offers, where he's going to fight. I mean, obviously, I'm exclusive to DAZN.
Right.
And there's another example, really. If you're in the Shakur business, you really have to put him on pay-per-view for the money he's making, you know? And what is the pay-per-view fight? Potentially Teofimo Lopez, you know. There hasn't been a whole load of conversations with him, if I'm honest. And it's not really my style area as well. You know, I'm not going to go around and drive around his house and bang on the door and sit outside till he has a conversation with me. If you want to be with Matchroom, great.
So like the Lopez fight, you're not involved probably?
Not at the moment. I mean, if there's an opportunity to do it on DAZN, quite possibly. But again, there's a fight. How big is that fight? I mean, that's a brilliant fight. Shakur's one of the best fights. How big is that fight? What do the numbers spit out? But he's one of the best fighters in the world.
Deal with DAZN is done end of 26, right? Mm-hmm. When do you start?
Now.
Are you free to talk to anyone, or is there an exclusive?
No. I mean, look, I think it's a very interesting landscape, particularly with recent signings, our position globally, the Netflix show. it's a good time for us.
Yes.
But I've made it clear I want to stay with this. I haven't worked for 8 years for this platform to build it or help build it into the position it is, to not try and double down and take it to the next level. The global element of having one broadcaster and one message wherever I go has always been a massive attraction to us. Doesn't matter if we're in Mexico, in Australia, in America, in the Middle East, in the UK. This is where you see Eddie Hearn and Matchroom's boxing live on DAZN. So yeah, we're talking, and I'm very confident we can get a deal done. Again, I've given a lot of blood and guts to the platform. I've put in a lot of hard yards. I mean, especially early on. Look, we had a massive deal, but it was tough early. You got Aram out there, Leonard Ellaby, Dead Zone this, who wants to fight on an app, what? And now they're either on there or they're all asking to be on there. And I feel like it's been a personal project as well. So yeah, I'm a DAZN man, and it's where I want to stay.
Will we find out AJ's, I don't think he's fighting this year, but will we find out this year his next assignment?
Yeah, I mean, I was with him in Dubai, and it was good he's had a bit of a rough time. I mean, obviously the defeat, I think sometimes people don't realise how much that gets you, that defeat on that kind of level. Then he had the injury of his elbow. He was told to rested it for a couple of months, went back into camp, still there. Then he's got to have an operation. Then it's another 3 months. And it's like, at this point, are you still hungry for it? And he asked me to come and see him in Dubai. And I know he's hungry for it. And it was quite funny, actually. He said, because it's very difficult when you've been out the ring for 12 plus months and you've just got beat, right? In the fashion that he did. And you've got to go back into quite a testing fight. When you're at that level, you don't really get the opportunity for a run out. Does that make sense? And he was like, a lot of these fighters, they can't just an 8 or a 10 rounder just to wrap their hands and go out and boom, get a bit. He said, a lot of fighters do that, don't they? Like they go to Mexico and they have kind of fights. I said, unfortunately, mate, you're Anthony Joshua. Yeah. So I can't hide you on an undercard in Mexico. But he's that motivated now that he wants to get active. But everything's about getting yourself into a position for the Tyson Fury fight. And, you saw Frank Warren come out this week. He spoke to Fury. He wants back in. Yep. Shock horror. And the reality is that Turki Al-Sheikh wants to make the biggest fights in the world. Fury AJ is, in my opinion, the biggest fight in boxing right now. And Turki Al-Sheikh wants to make that fight. When I was with him last week, there was some conversations about how a plan might look for AJ. And he will have those conversations with Tyson Fury. He's not failed yet, Turki Al-Sheikh. And one of his greatest legacies to the British fight fan would be the guy that made Fury against AJ. And I'm very confident he can do so. I just want to make sure that when that time comes, AJ's firing on all cylinders. Because Fury will have a warm-up. He's been out of the ring for a year coming up as well. We want to make sure that when those two meet in a battle for the ages, they're both primed for battle. And I'd love it. I mean, it's the only conversation I've had with AJ where I look into his eyes about Tyson Fury and I just see something different. A little bit of dislike, like I want to break his face, and I've not really seen that from AJ before. And it would be such a shame if these two didn't meet. Like, I feel like it would kind of always be the one question post-career for everybody, me included, where people say, you never made that fight, did you? So Turki Al-Sheikh's the man for those kind of moments because he can individual. But if it was me negotiating with Frank Warren and Spencer and Tyson Fury, but Turki has the ability to say, right, Eddie, this is your deal. Anthony, are you happy? We're in. Boom. That's one side done. Let me go and take care of this. And when that's done, we got it. And, 2026, I believe you'll see AJ against Tyson Fury. Everything crossed.
Wow. Congrats. Netflix, Ben Whitaker, Matchroom MMA. There's a lot to be excited about.
There's a few sound bites for you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Double header on DAZN this Saturday. Dave Allen in Sheffield. Tremendous. Boots Ennis in Philly. Always a great scene. Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate it. Take a quick break. Back with Raven. Don't go anywhere.
UFC 320 fight week. The promotion returns to Las Vegas. Alex Pereira, Magomed Ankalaev main event. Murad Dvalishvili, Corey Sandhagen in the co-main event. We're not here for that. We're here for the featured bout of the evening, the people's main event, Yuri Prochazka versus Khalil Roundtree. And that brings us to Kaliba here in Astoria, Queens. Gonna try Czech food for the very first time. Never had it. Little goulash, little schnitzel. We're gonna find out. Fight Feast episode 27. Let's go for that. All right, we're off to a hot start here. Authentic Czech Pilsner Urquell in a branded Kaliba glass as well. Like, these people know ball. Frankie here's got the Czech VAR. I hope I'm pronouncing those right. Cheers, brother. I'm in. Sunday afternoon, some Czech beers. Tastes like a good Pilsner. We might as well put it down the hatch.
Actually, I want to try the Pilsner.
We can order another one. Don't interrupt my chugging. You're watching a master at work here. Those are coming from the depths. I'm not enjoying this. I had sunburn yesterday at the Ryder Cup, and now I'm having brain freeze from this ice cold beer. It's a crazy feeling. Greatest chugger on planet Earth wins again.
I mean, it did take you 6.
Yeah, we're gonna cut that out post stuff, right? We're ready to roll. All right, look at this spread. I've got my Czech VAR beer here. We got Yuri's favorite food, fried cheese and French fries. He spoke with Alex B. Hunan, did Humanizing Athletes. This is his favorite food. It wasn't on the menu, but they serve it here. We're the secret menu here. Beef goulash with Czech dumplings, pierogies, spetzel, a potato pasta, bacon on top, classic pierogies. Yuri's favorite food right here. He said fried cheese and French fries are his favorite food. So we are going for that, and we are going for the fried cheese and French fries. Oh, it's just a patty of fried mozzarella. Look at the pull. Look at the pull on it. And tartar sauce, according to Mysterious Frank, indigenous to the Czech Republic. It is formed naturally there. Comes with the, I'm getting a big off camera. It goes with the fried cheese though. Here we go. Nothing to say, it's fried cheese. It's unbelievable. There's no way I could do these 2 patties. I would be in the John. What is incredible? Do we do vegetables with it? Did I stab the little mater on there? A little kebab? It can't not be good. Check, what do you got in terms of cheese bowl? Oh, she wanted to see the cheese bowl up close. My God, look at it. The Czechs know how to do a cheese bowl. Look at that cheese bowl. I'm coming! Wow. 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 I'm in awe. I'm in awe right now. I get it, Yuri. I get it. I'm getting a bit emotional off of that cheese bowl. I feel a tear coming to my eye right now. Slam dunk in the tartar sauce. Wash it down with the Czech bar. Cheers, bro. I almost got a standing ovation for that cheese bowl. Amid Chicago, you've been outdone. That was, wow. We roll along after the unbelievable 11 out of 10 cheese bowl. We move on to pierogies and spatzel. This is essentially just potatoes, cheese, and bacon. This is it in a dumpling form. This is it sort of noodle style, pasta style. I can't imagine I'm not gonna like this, but just to be sure, we might as well try it. Yeah, potato dumpling with bacon. Chives, bringing out some flavors, green onion. I feel like when you have a pierogi, you have to eat one. Like you just plucked a Tom and Jerry style goldfish out of a bowl and you just, yeah, Unbelievable. Never had spatzel. Kind of looks like a chicken salad. Looks like a mayo salad, but I think that's just cheese. Yeah, I was told it's gnocchi-like. The cheese is
Tremendous stuff there from GC. This was when he was on Team Yeri last week, showing much
Yeah, it
love
feels
to
a little dirty to
the Czech cuisine.
show that afterwards.
I mean, you guys picked it.
Makes me really look like a
Do you know what it looks like?
D1 All-American Hall of Fame glazer.
No, I was gonna say it looks performative. Who, me? Wow, I have so many thoughts about that last interview with Eddie Hearn. That was tremendous stuff. Perhaps we'll dissect a little bit, digest some of it on the back end of our last interview. In a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by our final guest of the day. What a day it has been. Carlos Ulberg, Paul Hughes, Dan Hooker, Channing Tatum, Eddie Hearn. And in a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by the man who was once known as Johnny the Body, Johnny Polo, Scott Levy, Scotty the Body, but really known and beloved as Raven. Quote the Raven nevermore. One of the all-time great pro wrestling characters. At times, complex, diabolical, philosophical. One of the most interesting, fascinating human beings that has ever graced any squared circle. A real legend from the ECW days. WCW, of course, had a run in WWE and TNA towards the end of his career. And I was always a huge fan. And I just saw his new documentary, which is going to be out soon around the world. And I'm going to tell you about all the different places in which you can experience it, including some stops where you can actually watch it with the man himself. It's called Nevermore. It's a fantastic, honest, candid, raw look at the man, Scott Levy, and the character Raven. We're speaking to the one and only Raven on the program right here and now. Hello, Raven. How are you? Hello, Scott. It's great.
Good.
I don't know. Do I call you Raven? Do I call you Scott? I'm not sure because I feel like you're one and the same.
Yeah, business is Raven. My personal friends call me Scott, so we've just met. So
all right. Well, we'll stick with Sir. You know, I always appreciated you for so many reasons. I was a gigantic admirer of the way in which you conducted yourself, your persona, all that and more. But if I'm being 1,000% honest with you, I thought it was so damn cool that there was a guy in the 90s doing what you were doing, acting and dressing the way in which you did. And you were Jewish as well. Like that before Goldberg, as a fellow Jew, saying like that dude, I would tell my friends, that guy's Jewish. Raven, the grunge guy, the Nirvana guy, that guy is Jewish. And so I hope you know that there were millions of kids probably around the world and in America in particular who loved you because you were the very cool Jew.
thank you. That means a lot. Although I got to be honest, I'm not really religious. I wasn't even bar mitzvahed, so you know.
You never associated. You never practiced.
Never practiced.
But you
I
had a
never
very
preached
Jewish
either.
name. You had a very Jewish name.
As Jewish as it gets.
Well, it's so great to meet you, and congratulations on the documentary. Was the documentary your idea? Because like I said, very raw, very open, very honest, or did someone approach you with this idea?
Jordy Day, the director, he heard me on Steve Austin's podcast, and he thought I'd make a fascinating, his words, a fascinating subject for a documentary. He'd already done one on Bob Probert. I don't know if you've seen that.
Of course,
one.
yes. The hockey goon.
Yeah, he did that, and he did a Charles Manson one before that. And he heard me on Austin's podcast, and he either called me or emailed me, I forget which, and said he wanted to make a documentary. And first thought he's full of shit. And then when I realized he wasn't, and I saw that he had made some movies, made some documentaries that were quite good, I figured, yeah. But I told him, I said, there's only one condition, that it has to be warts and all. It has to be all the negative as well as the positive. I don't want just a rah-rah piece. It's the reason I never wrote a book. Well, no, the main reason I never wrote a book is I'm too lazy. But besides that, is I wanted to write all the negative and all the positive in there, and it would have been a six book series, to cover it all. I just figured this is the easier way of doing telling my story and seeing if it helps anybody.
And so, why? Like, why is that important for you? Why would you want that? Most people don't want the warts to be exposed. Most people don't want that.
Because then that's not interesting. It's not a complete subject matter. It's not a complete bio. Then and because of my baggage, I think I wanted people to understand me, understand where I came from, understand what I went through, and to see why I am the way I am, which is I'm either loved or hated by people, but there's a good reason for that.
What's interesting to me is that it feels like back end, like the recent years, you've kind of, and you talk about this in the documentary, you talk about like, I don't want to be bothered. I just want to live my life. I want to be home. I want to be with my wife. And now you open yourself up in the biggest way possible, right? You show us everything. And so at any point, was there any hesitancy in saying like, oh gosh, I kind of like sailed off into the sunset and now here I am back in the biggest of ways?
No, because that's why, like, I would never have a reality show. I would never, not that anybody's asking, but I would never do a reality show, where they came to your home and they exposed your whole life, because my current life is really, you don't see much of it in the documentary. It just basically, it glimpses it, but it doesn't, go into the details of everyday life, which would be really boring to begin it, besides the point. But it doesn't. I don't think it. I think it shows me, and it shows all my complexity throughout my life. But now that I'm content, or basically as content as I've ever been, other than the stupid tremor I got from the Parkinson's, got early onset Parkinson's. So if you see me tremoring, that's why. But other than that, it's I don't think it really touches on enough of my current life to do any damage to it.
I noticed that in the film that you were suffering from that. How are you doing now? How does it affect you on a day-to-day basis?
I'm lucky. It hasn't affected me too bad. It just, when I get anxious, the tremor gets worse, or when I'm really tired, and I have a sleep disorder. So it but I paid to, but look, you got to pay the piper sometimes. You got to, for all the drugs and alcohol and chair shots I took to the head, you got to pay for the damage at some point.
Do you think this is as a result of everything that you did back in your career?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you have regrets?
Oh, I got tons of regrets. Anybody who says they don't have regrets is full of shit. I got tons of regrets. I got tons of things I would have done different, but I didn't. They made me who I am, and I'm happy with who I am. And I would rather be happy with who I am at the end of my life than be happy and then earlier in my life and not happy at the end. It's like so many people's lives, they come to misfortune at the end, and that would be the worst thing you could have happen. I want my golden years to be golden. Not shit.
Right. When did you get to that point? Because it definitely feels like, and the persona back in the day. What about Raven and you not getting pushed? And you talk about those frustrations in WWE, not liking your position. How did you get to the point of being content? And did you ever think that there was a point where you would never get content?
Never. Yeah, I was really worried about that, but I spent time on a therapist's couch. Like, for the longest time, I didn't think my career was a success because I wasn't the world champion of WWE, which is really ridiculous. I just held myself to such a high standard that, but as my therapist said, you're the one holding yourself to that standard. You're the one, you can also let yourself off the hook too, and besides, it's kind of arrogant to think that you're that you think so highly of yourself that you have to be held to a higher standard. And that kind of triggered something with me and made me realize that you don't have to hold yourself to a higher standard, because if anybody else would have came up to me and said, hey, your career was amazing, I'm sorry, if somebody would have come up to me and said, I don't think my career is amazing, and it would have been what I've done, my career, I'd have said, you're insane. but because I held myself to a higher standard, as a lot of people that are successful do, you pay the price for it mentally, emotionally.
How long ago was that? This conversation with your therapist and coming to that realization? Is that just recently?
No, it's been okay. The conversation with the therapist was back in the early 2000s,
Oh, wow.
and but it still didn't sink. I mean, it sunk in, but it didn't. It didn't. It didn't totally. It's like you can, like, ideas can be very simple, like do better, but putting those into practice takes a lot more time. So even though I knew that what she told me was true, it still took me years to put it into practice.
I appreciate you saying what you said about regrets, because I also feel like people are full of shit when they say they have no regrets. I don't know how that's possible. I certainly do. Can I ask, from your career, from your life, what is your biggest regret? Is there one that you wish you could take back?
I wish there's so many things, but I wish that this on the sidebar, my dad was a really funny guy, and I always wanted to be funny like him, but his sense of humor was insult humor. And so it was like Don Rickles. It was like having Don Rickles for a father and you being the target. And so I knew he loved me, even though he couldn't say it. But because of that, I thought that I was okay and I wasn't being damaging myself. I'm a little kid, my dad's making fun of me. It destroyed my sense of self-worth. And so I wish I would have gone to a therapist years earlier and dealt with that, and also not treated my friends the way my dad treated me. So I insulted all my friends, and I thought it was funny. It's in good taste, you know what I mean? But it's no, your friends don't want to be insulted by you constantly.
This is not covered in the doc, and I feel like I know the answer, but do you have any kids?
No, I would never. I wouldn't do that, because if I was going to have a kid, I would want to devote 100% of my efforts to it, and I don't have the time or the effort or the agency to do it. Or the patience.
I do have to say, one of the revelations from the film, which again is fantastic, it's called Nevermore, and I do want to let people know October 11th and 12th, which is this Saturday and Sunday, you're going to be in Philadelphia at the Phila MOCO MACA, and also October 22nd in Baltimore at the Charles Theater, October 28th at the Plaza Theater in Atlanta, Georgia, for screenings, and you'll be there watching and being able to meet people, a Q&A afterwards as well. To me, one of the revelations, if I'm being 100% honest with you, was your wife. Your wife seems very different than what I would expect, like your typical, wrestler wife to be very intellectual.
Okay, let me make a distinction. She's my life partner.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We were married. We got divorced to save the friendship.
Oh, wow.
And then we became closer, and we've even gotten even closer now, and we get closer all the time. So it's great, but we're no longer married. We're just life partners.
Wow. So you don't live together?
No, we do live together. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Wait, how long were you married for? Actually married?
7, 8 years, I guess.
And then you get divorced. And how long are you divorced for?
We've been divorced ever since.
Well, I mean, like, not really like together. Like, now you're sort of back together. I know, not officially married, but like, how long is that?
Yeah, but we never stopped.
Okay. Wow.
We've been together really. I mean, we basically got divorced to save the friendship, because the friendship was being ruined by the marriage.
This is
I married my best friend. You know what I mean?
How long did you know her? Did you know her before you were a pro wrestler?
No.
Okay. She just came across as very, to me, intellectual, and as are you, and you're different than a lot of pro wrestlers, and the way she spoke about you and your health and your career was quite refreshing, I thought.
Yeah, it's the reason I stay with her. It's like, I don't want to be with anybody else. There's no one I love more on this planet. I'm lucky that I got to marry my best friend, get divorced from my best friend, and still become even closer friends.
Do you have any intentions of remarrying her?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Probably do it this year.
Okay. Mazel tov.
Yeah, thank you.
Uh,
Or Yom Kippur.
Yep. That too. That just happened. There is a moment though where she talks about like the constant fear for your life, for your health, because there obviously is this issue where pro wrestlers do unfortunately die young. Do you share that same fear? Because she gets very emotional talking about this. I can imagine. Do you fear that same thing? You've witnessed a lot. You've seen some of your friends, unfortunately, have their lives cut short. Do you think about that? Do you worry about that?
No, not to be glib, but I was on the Deadpool list for years, at the top of the heap. And no, I don't think so. I don't feel that way, but I don't want to live forever either, because I don't want to be old and like this is my theory on old age. Old age ain't for pussies. You got to be tough to get old. Between all the frailties and infirmities and all that. So, 80 sounds about right.
Okay. Well, you still got some time.
But yeah, I'm 61 now, so, and I figure we're gonna die. Me and Selena want to die at the same time, so that way neither one of us has to be alone without the other.
Okay. Sometimes you can't really plan that though.
No, we're planning that.
Okay. All right.
We're putting it out into the atmosphere. We're putting it out into the universe.
Okay. Did she meet you while you were ECW Raven, WCW Raven? What point in your life?
WCW Raven.
Okay.
And we had met earlier, but we didn't start seeing each other until TNA Raven, I think.
At the height of your popularity, for lack of a better word, did you live the gimmick? Were you that guy that we saw on TV, or were you able to shut it off?
Well, the gimmick is me. It's my internal baggage and complexities and tortured poetic soul, so to speak. It's just me multiplied to 100. But the problem is that, see, art imitated life originally. That's how I created Raven. But then life started to imitate art, and I became more depraved because I felt like I had to live up to the character.
Is that when you got to WWF?
No, WCW, I think I was in my peak. I got clean right before I went to WWF.
When you say clean, what do you mean?
I got off drugs.
Okay. And when you say drugs, you mean PEDs or like recreational drugs?
Recreational.
Okay. You talk a lot about recreational drugs in the doc, but not so much about PEDs. Did you do that as well?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone did?
Yeah. But I would have done them anyway because I wanted to be a bodybuilder. I mean, I wanted to look like a bodybuilder my whole life. So, but I got those Jewish genetics that are only good for brain function, but not so good for physicality.
Wait a second. At the beginning of this conversation, you shunned your Jewish side. Now you can't blame us for your bad genetics. I mean, it's one or the other.
But yeah, but no, it's both. It's both.
I'm kidding.
That's what. But I praise the Jewish for the brain power I got.
Okay, fair enough. As far as when you look back, the work that you're most proud of, perhaps the stretch of time that you're most proud of, what would you say it is?
Probably ECW. Like when I got there, the baby faces were all being booed, the heels were all being cheered. Nothing was right with the world. And I said, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to be a heel. Everybody who fights me is going to be a babyface, because everybody thought that the heel babyface dynamic was passé at that point. And I refused to believe that, because you have to have the heel babyface dynamic to truly have the great matches. And so I made it a point that I was going to be a heel, and everyone I fought would be a babyface, and it swung the company back around. All ego aside, it was really, Paulie had even thought that the dynamic was gone.
When you left,
Pardon me.
when you left and you're being showered with "You Sold Out," did that hurt you? Did that hurt your feelings? Did that break your heart?
No, because I'm a heel. I love being a heel. When I was put in the TNA Hall of Fame, I actually even said, I'd like a round of booze, because I feel, because of my strange upbringing, I I equate like the booze to me or the real praise. You know, if you can get people to hate you, to truly hate you in my business, you know, that's saying something, and that's where I thrive and revel in.
So you didn't take it personally when they said that?
No, that's what. Of course, I would have taken it personal if they didn't say that.
Right. That's a good point. Why do you think it never worked out in WWE the way in which you wanted it to work out? Because
I know why. Because I can answer really quickly. Because when I was there before as Johnny Polo, I was basically I had Vince's kid out, Shane out till the wee hours of the morning every night, drinking. You know, I left a bad impression. Let's just go with that. I left a really bad impression.
you were friends with Shane.
Yeah, we were really good friends. It was funny. Like all the boys thought, "Oh, you're just kissing his ass, hanging out with him every night." I'm like, no. I go, I'm burying myself because no dad wants their son out till 4 a.m. with a reprobate like me.
What was Shane like back then? Did he realize that, you know, at some point he's going to be the guy? Did he think maybe it didn't quite work out that way, take over the company? Was he that kind of kid, or was he humble?
Yeah, you know, that's what he was humble, but he also knew he was taking over the company, or he thought he was.
Right. But you also, correct me if I'm wrong, did you not have a good relationship with Vince in that you were kind of helping with the creative and all that?
I was associate producer of Monday Night Raw.
Yeah.
And I was being groomed to be on the booking committee. But I was also obnoxious, and I also had to be the smartest guy in the room, even if I wasn't, and I had to make sure everybody knew that. And this is no way to behave.
Sure.
That's no way to, you know, that's not a good attitude to have.
And you think you were, for, you know, I don't know, punished? Like, do you think like 15 or so years later, you're punished for this, 10 or so years later? And that's why they didn't push you? That's why you didn't get the opportunities when you came back post WCW purchase?
Yeah, I mean, I think that had something to do with it, you know. That's the only thing I can think of, you know, because it wasn't for lack of talent, you know, it wasn't for lack of skill or character. I mean, I'm one of the easiest guys to book, you know.
When you left, were you done with the business? Like the TNA run seemed to have ended things on a good note for you, but did you feel so disappointed with the run in WWF that you thought, you know what, I'm done with this?
When I left WWE, I was really disappointed with my run, and I was glad TNA was something I could fall back on and have a final run that was, you know, if not, they were still the number 2 company, even if they weren't as, you know, anywhere as big as WCW had been, you know. So I got 7 good years out of them probably, and by then the body was starting to, you know, to get in bad shape, you know, from injuries and stuff. And you know, I think it all worked out the way it should have.
Do you watch wrestling now?
No, I stopped watching. You know, when I stopped watching was when they had the Alliance angle in 2000 and something.
Wait, Alliance? That was like 2001.
Yeah, I stopped watching because I got so disenchanted that they had all this talent, they didn't use it, and just it was so disappointing.
But you were in the midst of all of that.
Yeah, I know, and so I stopped watching it, and I still love doing it, and it was still my job, you know, but I didn't want to watch it.
Wow.
I have to watch it. I mean, I would watch it if I went to show.
Sure.
I wouldn't go home and watch the TV.
Wow, that's what ruined it for you. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And even now.
But also, here's the other thing too so I'm a completist, so I got to watch everything. You know, it's like,
yeah,
you know, and there's so much wrestling on TV. I get, you know, it's just too much for. I try to watch MMA.
You like MMA?
I've been a humongous fan since the Rock's movie, Mark Kerr's documentary Smashing Machine came out. That's what turned me on to being an MMA fan. And, you know, now it's come full circle with the movie of it.
Wow, I thought you were going to say since you saw the Rock's movie, you've been a huge fan, and I was like, well, that was 5 days ago that it came out. You're talking about 2002 HBO. Yeah. Wow, and you still watch it till this day?
Yeah, I watch it religiously.
Come on.
Want to hear a funny story?
Please.
I always I would always say, like, why don't they check kicks? Like, now people do check kicks.
Yeah.
But I was always like, why aren't they checking the kicks? And so me and Selena were watching one night, and we're laying in bed watching a UFC pay-per-view, and Weidman checks Anderson Silva's leg, and I jump up on the bed and I go, yes, see, I told you, all you got to do is check kicks, and you'll do prosper or whatever. You know?
Yeah.
And she's like, shut up, sit down.
And then it happened to him, sadly, of course, as well.
Yeah, that is the craziest thing.
Insane. So who do you like now? Who do you like watching?
I love anybody with talent. You know, anybody. Like I love. I was watching last weekend. I like Chris Gutierrez, and I love watching him. But he didn't come out and put on his usual kick show. You know what I mean?
Nah, wait a second. Scott Levy, Raven. Now I think I could call you Scott now. Now we're buds.
Yeah, sure.
We're mishpacha, as they say. I thought you were going to give me like Conor McGregor. You're giving me Chris Gutierrez?
Yeah, I was disappointed in his performance though last weekend. I loved Alex Pereira. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I so had a feeling he was going to win too. You know what I mean? Like the guy says he was only 40%. He probably means it because he never says anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can probably take his, you know.
What about Merab? Do you like Merab?
Yeah, I like Merab, but I thought Sandhagen was going to win.
Oh, this is great. This is blowing my mind, actually, that you know so. What about the Yuri comeback?
Yuri, I was so I loved his comeback, but I was so sad for Khalil.
Oh my God!
I so wanted Khalil to win. You know what I mean? Like I really felt like that was his moment, and then he took the face plant. I was like, oh man, that's apparently when you take a face plant in a real fight, that's a whole lot different than a face plant in pro wrestling.
Sure. Would you like to see Alex fight John Jones or stay at 205?
Honestly, I want to see him fight Tom Aspinall, but the size is so different. You know what I mean? But I want to see him win 3 belts. I mean, the guy from whatchamacallit, what is it with Rugs in it in the league? What league is that again?
PFL?
No, not PFL. The other one was Rug and
you're talking about Rug one championship? Stop it.
Yeah, so listen, the guy won 3 belts in 3 different divisions, but the divisions are kind of screwier though.
Yes, they are. You're talking about Anatoly Malkin.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
What? You watch one championship too?
Yeah, and I couldn't believe it when Sergio Pettis beat Pitbull. Beat Pitbull when he tried to win a 3rd belt, and then Sergio Pettis, what a comeback he had on last weekend.
You're watching PFL in Dubai also?
Yeah, big news, Paul Hughes.
Stop it, Ray. Stop.
I really thought he was going to win.
Stop. Someone's telling you this in your ear, right?
No, I'm a huge fan. I told you. I watch this shit religiously.
You watch Paul Hughes get screwed by I'm calling it the debacle in Dubai. That's what I'm calling it.
Yeah, and I had ESPN Select. I had to get ESPN Unlimited to watch it. What a scam.
This is unbelievable. Wow. I'm
been dying to talk to you about MMA, but I wanted to do my documentary service.
Oh, where have you been this whole time, Raven? I mean, we would have had you long ago. I didn't know you were such a hardcore fan.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to impress upon the world that you're a hardcore fan unless you're going to go on social media religiously or you have to watch the fights as they happen. I'm always like an hour or 2 behind, so I can skip through the commercials.
Sure.
And so I can't social media comment on the fights because it'd be like 2 hours later, and I'm like, be kind of stupid then.
This is mind blowing stuff. Have you ever been to a UFC?
No, and I've intentionally not gone because I love the commentary.
Wow.
I figure it's got to be exciting to be there in person, but now I'm old and beat up. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I would go if I'd be. You know what? I know the other reason I don't go is I don't know if I'd get VIP seating, and I don't want to go and sit with the schlemiels.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I totally get that. What about this weekend? Charles Oliveira.
I used to listen to your podcast with DC religiously.
Oh my God,
that was so good.
I know. They ruined
Yeah.
it. They screwed us.
You got
I
got a much better deal.
Well, I was the one, Scott. I was the one saying, "What about me? What about like where I was you? I was the one being, disposed of, and I felt like I was a big part of it all, and they kicked me to the curb.
I thought you just got a better deal where.
No, I did, but the respect was lacking. I've been through a lot, just like you. I've had my own trials and tribulations.
Yeah, you got heat with Dana White, and you were out the door.
I got heat with Dana White. I've always wanted someone to say that to me. I got heat with Dana White. That's incredible. Can I ask, Mateusz Gamrot versus Charles Oliveira? Who do you like?
I like Oliveira.
Yeah, he's coming back quickly. He just got knocked out.
Yeah, here's the problem is Charles. I don't know if it's because I'm such a big fan of him that I feel he's going to win, or if it's going to be my actual opinion, because he's on the way. He's like on a step downward.
Yeah.
And Mateusz is on the way up, and I don't know. Mateusz is not a popular person because all he does is wrestle. But
that's right.
I think he's like Merab, though. He does a lot more than he puts in more of the time than just the wrestling time. He puts, he's willing to mix it up.
What about JDM versus Islam? You think JDM beats him?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I got to see them stand next to each other.
Yeah.
If Islam's the same size, I think he wins. But if he's a lot smaller, then I don't know.
Okay, I
love the way JDM was defending takedowns against who was it he fought last? Bilal, yeah. He would just get lower. He just got lower, and he would shoulder check him, and it was really fascinating to watch. Because he basically Bilal spams takedowns, and JDM just spammed blocking the takedowns.
Are you excited that Conor may be coming back?
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay.
The wrestling business has made me so jaded that I don't get excited for Selena always says. She goes, "Why aren't you excited?" I'm like, I'll be excited when it happens. Like when the event comes. I was really looking forward to this, but I didn't get excited until we started talking because so many things in the business. I'm so used to the wrestling business where things are supposed to happen and they don't, So it saves you from heartache. So you just, you don't get excited about stuff until you're actually doing it.
But
fair. See how I'm lit up I am now that we're done talking about the documentary and we're talking about MMA?
Yo, I wish I would have known this years ago. This could have been, we could have had our own show. We could have had the Raven recap every Monday after the big fights.
Yeah, we could still do that.
We could still do that. You're right. John Jones, did he duck Tom Aspinall?
God, it's hard to, it's like there really isn't any other way to put it, but he can't be scared of him. I think it's more he had the fear that he might lose, and I don't think he was scared to fight the guy. I think he was scared to have the blemish on his record at the end of his career because he knows he's not in his best shape, But I also thought it was really amazing I didn't get the subtext at first when Pierre mentioned
his brother.
His brother passing away, and I thought he was just being gentlemanly, but I didn't realize that he was actually going to call out John Jones originally.
Yeah. No, he clarified that. I thought the same as well. I thought he was just trying to, be nice, and then afterwards he said he didn't feel like it was appropriate. I can't believe you.
Very classy.
Very classy. I mean, well, back in the days, like when you were in the locker rooms, were other guys watching with you? Are you back there, watching pay-per-views on a Saturday before going out, or when you're on the road?
Back in the day, I didn't. But now that I have a phone, now I'll watch it. I'll watch it on my phone on the pay-per-views when I'm on the road. But I haven't been on the road a whole lot the last couple of years because in 22 I had both knees replaced. 23 I had my shoulder replaced. 24 I had spinal stenosis flare up.
Wow.
And so I've been just rehab.
In terms of your day-to-day life, do you feel comfortable? Do you feel like you can do what you need to do, or is every day a bit of a struggle?
No, the only real struggle is the exhaustion from the sleep disorder.
Okay, what's that?
It's a lot of things. You're not actually sure. There's no actual term for it, but I've had 8 sleep studies, and basically it's part narcolepsy, part apnea, part apnea, part narcolepsy, part a little bit of everything. I wear a mask, but what happens is I wake up like 10 to 15 times a night.
Oh.
So that when I wake up for good for the day, I'm just as exhausted as when I went to bed.
Right. I'm
So
sorry.
I usually, it's all right. I mean, look, it's better than having cancer.
Sure.
You know,
That's a good way of looking at it. Yes.
yeah, it's the only way I can look at it. But the yeah, so I'll get up around 11 or 12, or I get up around 11, watch TV for an hour or two, and then start the day. And then around 5 o'clock, I'll take a nap for an hour, and then I'll stay up till 2:30 in the morning. And it's an easy life, believe me. I mean, I'm not complaining about it.
And there's never
Go
never a time where you're like, oh, WrestleMania is on today. You don't watch anything.
No.
Wow. That is very
And I know people say that, old timers say that because they don't want to sound like a bunch of marks. But I would tell you if I did. I mean, to be honest,
I believe you.
You know, it's I've seen some stuff over the years. Like I've been at pay-per-view parties where you're paid to be the celebrity guest at a pay-per-view party, and I've watched them. You know, and I did start watching AEW for a minute when they first came on. But other than that, that's pretty much it.
If I can share, I was watching the documentary last night, and again, I love it. It's called Nevermore. The Raven. It was really, really great, and it was just great to see you and to learn more about you. And my kids were around, and I was just watching it on my phone. And then there's a scene in the doc. I hope you don't mind me talking about this, where you start talking about slip and slide. And then you keep going, and then I'm like, oh, I need to put my headphones on now. I can't just be playing this. This is an incredible thing. Do you mind telling the audience about this thing that you did with the slip and slide? Would that be okay?
I would rather they watch the movie.
Okay, fair enough. I would just say that slip and slide is the is the tease, and you used to use slip and slide maybe recreationally.
Yeah, one time.
Just once. Okay, I thought it was maybe like a constant thing.
No, it was a one time. It was a one-time thing.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm watching it, and then I'm saying, okay, maybe I need to put my headphones on. But these are some of the scenes, and you see your transformation. Did you enjoy doing it, and are you happy with the finished product?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's painful to watch. I love the movie, but it's painful for me to watch because, you know, all my baggage is right there. I wanted it there, but it's right there front and center, and it's 2 hours of it, and I've dealt with all the stuff, but seeing it all condensed in an audio-visual component, it's a lot to take.
And now when you go to these screenings, you're going to have to watch it every time, or will you sit outside?
I sit outside. Last screening I saw was at Kevin Smith's Smodcastle. We had one in Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey, and they had another theater that was showing a movie that nobody showed up for. So they just gave me the remote and let me watch Netflix.
Wow. You want nothing? You're done watching it. You're not going to watch it again.
I might watch it in Atlanta.
Okay. Any particular reason?
Or Philadelphia. Well, I got a bunch of friends that are going to be there in Philadelphia, and so that's why I'm thinking about it. But, you know, I don't know. I'll see.
One last thing I wanted to ask you was your relationship with Paul Heyman. Obviously, you did such great things for him, and he was a big part of your life. Do you have any sort of relationship with him now?
Same as I have with all the boys. I mean, but when I see him, we hang out. But when I don't see him, we don't talk to each other. But we have a very good relationship, though. I'm happy to say.
Okay, I love to hear
that meant a lot to me, Paulie.
Of course.
Like, a lot of people were, when the ECW broke up, a lot of people had bad things to say about Paulie, but I didn't, because he did so much for me, and helped me so much with my career, Even though it didn't help me at all later because he was mad at me for leaving. Eventually we got past that and made up, and last time I saw him, it was just really great to see him, you know what I mean? and it's nice to know that I've read interviews that he's done that he thinks as highly of me, creatively as I do of him.
I would be shocked if it was the opposite way. October 11th and 12th, you're going to be in Philadelphia at the Mocha,
Mocha.
Yeah, MOCA. October 22nd at the Charles Theater in Baltimore. October 28th at the Plaza Theater in Atlanta, Georgia. There's additional screenings coming up in Tampa, in Pennsylvania, Wilmington, Delaware, Rochester, Minnesota. And then my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, mid-November, it will be coming out Blu-ray and VOD, and it will be available nationwide eventually. And you see some, Prime Video down there, Apple TV. So I would imagine come November 18th, the rest of the world can see it, right?
November 18th, Amazon, Apple, YouTube, Google Play, iTunes, Vudu. That Voodoo that you do so well.
Yeah, okay. One last one. Ravens Mount Rushmore of MMA.
Fedor.
Wow.
John Jones.
Okay.
George St. Pierre. This is just off the top of my head. So.
Sure.
And Anderson Silva.
Okay. Who's number one? Who's your GOAT?
John Jones is the GOAT.
Despite the PEDs.
Because so many people were in PEDs regardless, And besides, he only got busted with the picograms that were...
So you're out there reading the websites and all this stuff?
No, I listen to podcasts. I listen to the Good Guy, Bad Guy podcast.
Yeah.
And I listen to Bisping's.
Yeah.
I started to listen to yours, but every time I would turn one on, it would be a different guest host or something.
Oh, no. Well, my show is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we have the boys in the back on Thursdays and pizza.
I must have always went to go listen to it Thursday or Friday because I was like, I'm tired of looking for this. But now I'll listen to it on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Wait, so what about me? You don't listen to my show?
I listened to it when it was with DC.
Wow.
I just stayed with DC. Well, I stayed with the ones. Here's the thing.
No, this hurts.
I listened. It shouldn't because I listened to DC and you.
Sure.
And I just kept listening to DC, and I listened to Bisping and so I just continued listening to him. Oh, and Co-Main Event. I love the Co-Main Event podcast.
Wow, Ben Folks, you just made his life. Ben Folks and Chad Dundas.
Yeah, no, I've DM'd with Ben before.
Wow. I can't believe that I can actually legitimately, not in like a funny way, say, what about me to you? What about Ariel? Like 15 times in a row, MMA Journalist of the Year, Raven, and you don't listen to my show. I'm part impressed and also heartbroken as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the one thing I feared talking to you about MMA was that when I had to admit that. At least I'm honest about it.
No, I
appreciate. At least I'm honest.
Oh my God. Well, this is great. I mean, first I learned that you've renounced your Judaism and you don't listen to my program. So it's fantastic. You know who Rogue is and Anatoly Malkin, but you don't listen to my show. Wow, this is amazing.
No, I'm going to start though.
I appreciate that.
But honestly, it's like by the time I'm done listening to those couple podcasts, the week's over and I got to listen to a new batch.
I know. It's a lot. Just like pro wrestling, there's a lot of MMA podcasts to listen to.
Yeah. I got a podcast too, The Raven Effect, but we talk about it. The only thing we don't talk about is wrestling.
Do you talk about MMA on there?
Sometimes.
Is it hosted by you?
Yeah, it's the Raven Effect podcast.
I will check that out. And I urge.
Yeah, please do. It's wrestling adjacent.
Okay. Oh, well, so you talk old stories, maybe? Occasionally
they'll schmooze. My co-host will schmooze me into talking about pro wrestling, but I try not to because it doesn't interest me.
I get it.
It held my interest for so many years, 30 plus years that that now I've seen it all. I've done it all. I wouldn't change a thing. I mean, I would change a lot of things. Let's be honest.
Yes.
But I'm saying, But yeah, no, I always wanted to start listening to your podcast, and every time I do it, I must have turned it on
It's okay. Those guys are worth listening to as well, just for the record. They're very good.
Are they funny?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I like humor in my podcasts.
Okay, fair enough. That's why you like Ben and Chad.
Exactly.
Guys, what do you have to say to Raven? Do you want to sell him on your podcast? Is there anything you want to say regarding your humor?
No, man. There's nothing we can teach Raven. He knows more than us.
He knows ball.
These are the guys, by the way. These are the guys that you're talking about that you probably tuned into.
Well, no, I just tuned into him when I didn't hear your voice. I didn't listen to it. I just turned it off.
It would be an honor if you did listen.
That sounded a little snarky there.
Yeah. What's up with that?
Genuinely, I would love for you to listen.
I will then.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe we can exchange phone numbers and you could tell us what you think in like a few weeks. Give it a few weeks and let us know.
Sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, this has been a huge honor, truly, really. By the way, what are you listening to these days?
What am I listening to?
Like in terms of music?
Podcasts.
Oh, no music.
No, I burnt out on music. It's like, you ever notice that people in their 50s and 60s, even their 40s, start listening to music that they listened to when they were 10 or 12?
Yeah.
Because you grow out of current popular music, top 40. And so you start listening to older stuff, and then that ends up being the one thing you listen to. And then eventually you discover podcasts, and then you just, there's so many different flavors of them, that you want to listen to exclusively that.
So no Nirvana, Smashing Pumpkins, stuff like that?
The other day I did listen to some music. I put on Heavy D and the Boys.
Oh, yes. That's a classic right there. I love that. As you were saying, the stuff that you listened to when you were younger.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, once again, this has been tremendous. Congratulations on the documentary. We just listed all the places where you can see it in the coming weeks. A lot of screen. You're going to be at all these spots, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Atlanta. You're going to be there?
I'll be in those three, yes.
Okay, amazing. And so great to meet you. Congrats on an incredible, legendary career, and so nice to hear that you're an MMA fan. That was that was a genuine pop out of me there, as they say in the business, to hear that you knew so much about the business. So thank you so much for your time, and all the best to you and Selena, your partner.
Thank you, man. That really means a lot. I am a big fan of yours. So
all good. Thank you, Scott. Thanks. All the best to you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Take care, man.
All right, there he is, the one and only, the inimitable Raven, who we have discovered is a hardcore MMA fan. And I almost feel like at the end of that, he actually felt bad a little bit. Like I really do like you. I mean, I like 2021 you, but I do like you. That was unbelievable. Tough week for the boys in the back, huh?
Nah, listen, I think we might have a new fan. We just have.
Can I just
boys,
give us a chance?
I think it's just me.
Can I
turned it on, turned it immediately off. I couldn't stand that shit. I got to get out of here.
Nah. He just didn't hear Ariel. He thought, okay, I'm expecting Ariel. It's fine. Tomorrow we're gonna have a great show.
VOD,
and hopefully
is Frank kibitzing with Scott right there?
Yeah. They're talking about music.
That last question was actually for Frank. I thought he was going to hit us with some hardcore. I was trying, but I was getting stonewalled. What's the reaction in the back as he starts dropping Rug?
We're cracking up.
Biggest pop was when he dropped Big News Paul Hughes. Gave the nickname and everything.
And not only that, of course I know Big News Paul Hughes. What? And then he's talking about Sergio Pettis, and then he actually is telling the truth when he's talking about the struggle of figuring out ESPN Select and ESPN Unlimited. The vision, the thought of Raven trying to figure this out, and it's a little complicated, is a beautiful thing. Wow.
Okay, but how about Ben Folks holding out on us? All this time he knew that Raven got knows ball like this, and he didn't even
what
tell
the hell,
us?
Ben?
The amount of podcasts he listens to is ridiculous as well.
No, I'm a podcast guy. I like it.
Co-main event podcast. I thought he was just going to start listing off random MMA YouTubers at this point.
I mean,
know.
Honestly, I'm with you. I thought, how do we not crack? How do we not make the list?
I know. I thought, wow.
Uncrowned shows?
He turned on us and saw all our ugly faces and was like, I'm out.
Do you know what's so funny about it? I thought he was going to say every time I turn you on, you're talking about pro wrestling. That's what I thought he was actually going to say. And he's like one of those.
He's like, oh, I hear these other schmucks.
Yeah.
I
What is
want to
this,
listen to
WWE hour?
Oh my God! Yes, I thought he was one of those guys writing in the chat. I love when he said you have heat with Dana.
Yeah, that was great.
It sounded like the stuff that you hear in the wrestling documentaries. So good.
Good guy, bad guy.
God,
there was a
He's
point where I
serious.
could tell that you wish that the first 30 minutes of the interview was that. Like you like as you get to the end, you're approaching the end, this opens up and you're like, oh, I wish I had started this 20 minutes ago.
yes and no, because I really did love him. I
Yeah.
really did love him, and I did think he was
He was like one of the
Jew guy.
coolest guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
He chose to follow DC. He said.
Listen. No, you know what? We're gonna do a great pod tomorrow. We're gonna win him over, and then he's gonna come back from Monday through Wednesday.
Yeah, no.
And what?
he's gonna
Well,
leave
if
a
UFC
voicemail.
Rio is the one to join for.
And by the way,
no, we gotta.
have you ever heard of a story where someone is married, gets a divorce, and then
Stays
says
with them.
He
Yep.
he gets a divorce to save the friendship.
She's my
Makes
girlfriend
sense,
again.
Yeah. And then I say, well, how long was the divorce? He's like, well, we're still divorced. Well, technically, yes, I get
You
that.
gonna get
but like-
remarried? Yeah, probably before the year's
so
up.
was there a point where you're just like, let's have a divorce and then, let's just be friends?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Life partners.
You know what? You know what's an actual question that I should have asked? Did you even move out, or did she move out, or did you just say like we're divorced today, but we're still living together and everything's the same? You know what I mean? That's a fascinating thing. I don't want to give. He didn't want to talk about the slip and slide, but do yourself a favor. Check out the podcast. It's a great thing.
The film.
Should we? What did I say?
The podcast.
Oh, podcast. Should we have like a wrestling MMA podcast hosted by Raven?
Ain't a bad idea.
Done.
I forgot to ask him if he's a boxing fan too. Imagine he starts like talking about Ben Whitaker signing with Matchroom.
We get Raven, and the only thing he doesn't want to cover is wrestling. He'll cover the boxing and the MMA.
I just have one rule.
I'm not talking about wrestling.
No wrestling. Wow, this is amazing. I just can't believe that he is that deep. Well done. Well done. Okay. Super chats?
Super chats. They're golden. Why not drug test them when the fight is announced?
Oh. He's talking about the Connor stuff. It's actually not a bad idea. So basically it's like, hey, we're going to go on. It was funny when Eddie was talking about Dana like reading off a paper to announce the undercard of Canelo Crawford. I would have been a stickler if I interrupted him and said he kind of does that when he's announcing the UFC fights these days as well. But anyway, so basically it's like, hey, today at 5:00 we're going to announce. This is an internal conversation, not a public conversation. We're going to announce Hooker versus Tsarukyan. And then we're also going to time that we're going to show up to their house exactly when we announce it. Is that what this guy's saying? Seems like it.
I guess so.
I mean, it's not a bad shot, but they do show up. They do show up. My only thing that I was bringing up, the only thing was I wish the fighters had a say in this arrangement. That's all. Of course, I'm in favor of unannounced testing, surprise testing, pee testing, blood testing, all that stuff. But I just want them to have a say. That's all. What else, Frank? What else?
So Danny from earlier wrote back, Ariel, I only had 200 characters to ask my question. Chill.
Nah. Is that true, though? Is that true? Is it only
There's a
200?
200 character limit. But,
Nah. So you know what you do?
Why use mini word when short word do true?
Listen, you were willing to spend $9.99. So just go $4.99. And now you've got 400 characters to work with, right?
Danny also wrote back,
Oh.
so this is $14.
What?
Also, I'm a huge fan since ESPN days, or probably before, LOL.
Oh, you too. Well, at least
think-
you stuck with us, not Raven.
I think you got in his feelings, man. Like, poor
I
Danny.
actually think Raven felt bad as well. Do you,
He did. He said he was fearing you calling him out on it when you talked to him.
He
I
had a
still
few
don't think he
notes
felt
after he
bad.
got off air that we'll talk about.
Oh, what'd he say? What'd he say?
I don't think that would be wise for me to bring it up.
Oh my God. Break the fourth wall. Okay, what else? What else?
Sammy says, I am a longtime DAZN subscriber, and I was disappointed not to get access to watch Nurmagomedov versus Hughes here in Sweden.
Okay, I didn't know that. It seemed like a lot of people had trouble watching. I can understand why you would be upset. It was a little complicated. Paul talked about that as well. What else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel, if Tom defends and Islam wins, the UFC may have their most stacked lineup of men's champions in their history. The champ is in each division is either top 1, 2,
Yeah.
ever? Or
No,
one
no,
of
no.
the all-time
No. Sorry. I thought it was washed.
I'm really struggling here to read these.
No, I interrupted you, but I'm just saying, like, if you subscribe to, if you get into the weeds of, UFC Apex 106, and you're like, yeah, this, I get it, but at the top, you're still getting incredible athletes. Like you're getting incredible athletes and incredible fights. Are the cards watered down? Absolutely, but like the best of the best is still very, very good. So it's just a matter of how you slice it. And the crop of champions right now, Aspinall, Pereira, Khamzat, JDM or Islam, Ilya, this is Volk, Merab, Pantoja. That's an incredible, there's no weak link there. Kayla, Valentina, Zhang Weili. It's an incredible time. What else, Frankie? What else?
AFK Austin says, who is Frank's favorite fighter?
Yeah, who is?
I'm not gonna lie. Veronica Hardy is my favorite.
Wow. Wait, MMA or just favorite fighter, period?
MMA, as we discussed,
Yeah.
different sports, different, Amanda's a fighter, but like a boxer first.
Sure. But number one, if you had to pick number one pound for pound fighter, regardless of combat sport,
Veronica Hardy.
Yeah.
Done and done.
Done and dusted. All right. I think that's it, right?
There is one more.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a super chat. It's from this person named Just Me, and it says, we need Magic Mike to react to GC's acting during the Yuri fight to see if he has a potential career in Hollywood.
That's incredible. Was that a super chat or was that just a great?
Just a regular chat that I guess Jordan grabbed.
That's a great one.
Because it was too funny.
I feel like GC's taking a bit of a beating this week.
It's all right. It's all good. I'll remember all of this.
I kept saying
for a
that
later date.
Raven was like, I love the show, but then I joined when I saw this guy going.
I wanted to tell him,
Yuri.
like, there's a tab right there that says video. Like, you can look at some of the old stuff. No,
any of this stuff.
I think he's an audio podcast guy.
You're on the thumbnails in like 80% of the videos.
Yeah, maybe.
No,
you're
I
right.
think he's an audio guy.
Do you think it's time that we?
Oh.
Do you think it's time we just give you guys the boot from the audio feed?
I'm cool with it, man. Save Frank a few minutes on Thursdays and Fridays.
No. I'm just saying
a separate one?
feed. I'm not saying boot forever.
Always in the back feed.
All right, yeah.
And breaking the fourth wall, I'm so sorry, but when he said that he likes the commentary, which is why it was like the watch party is the obvious place.
I know you were whispering in my ear the whole time, but like he already doesn't listen to any of our stuff. You think he's listening to the watch party?
You should tell him about it.
He's whispering in my.
I was gonna say you were whispering in his ear, Frank. That's the best.
By the way,
hey, man, could you fix your cable?
Yo.
Just like the cable's just keep pulling on it, man. It's just if you could.
No, listen. What is it about the IFB?
No, whenever Frank, I'll be like mid sentence, mid paragraph, and he's just like, "Hey man, just whenever you get a chance, we could just fix the cable."
He's talking to me right now, and I can't tell if he's being serious or not.
I'm mid sentence doing something, and then I just hey, man.
The best part about it is
when you can just it's just like
he never speaks to me. He never speaks to me in interviews. This time he's like, and I'm like, what? What was that? And he's like, tell him about the watch party. Tell him about the watch party. Like, what? Yeah.
No. The best is, starts it off just, hey man, this is in your ear. Wait, Frank, what'd you say, man?
Yeah, why are you whispering?
Everything's off. It's bad.
We gotta go. It's been a great time. BITB tomorrow.
Yep.
Sup BITB 415 Sup BITB to leave a voicemail. What do we got? What are we talking about?
UFC Rio preview?
Yeah, bring on Raven to break it down. Matus.
When he said Matus, that's when it was just like, God damn, this guy knows ball. This guy knows what he's talking about.
And what else? What are the pound for pound rankings all about? What are we doing?
I'd rather not. I'd rather not reveal.
The pound for pound
tomorrow to find out.
An elite one. Alex Pereira, John Jones?
Yeah.
John Pork signed to the UFC.
Yes, John Pork.
Fight of the year taking place on Contender Series?
Did he not say... By the way, can I just say something about the fight of the year? The fight of the year was great, but like the technique was...
It's not going to be my fight of the year.
It was like... it was just like a... It was just like
a very, very entertaining fight.
Yes,
no
but... Fight of the year?
I don't think it's my fight of the year. I think a lot of people were saying that because they wanted to be like, I'm watching Contender Series.
You know what?
I'm a diehard.
I thought the same.
It was a very entertaining fight, so shout out to him. Oh, yeah. Shout out to John Pork, too.
Yeah. What do we think on air, Jordan? Game 4 tonight. How you feeling?
We'll see you in Toronto.
Wow.
Got him right where we want.
Them's fighting words. That's fine.
I can't believe you didn't ask Yankee expert Connor Burks.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Nah, he's a little too close to the sun. I needed, someone who is a little less biased. But, yeah, big game tonight. Lots to be excited about. BITB tomorrow. I thought maybe Raven would drop but you know what? I love that Pete Carroll. That's my guy. Didn't get that either. Thank you, Carlos Ulberg, Paul Hughes, Dan Hooker, Channing Tatum, Eddie Hearn, and Raven. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back on this.